Let me share this. Got to remember how to use the internets. Share. What's up, Nate? What's up, Adam? Close copy. Let me post the link over here on the old Discords. Of course I want to send it to everybody. I don't think it sent it to everybody. Oh well. What is up, everybody? Hope you guys are doing well. Let me just get my power glove on here. Hope everybody's doing well. Got a fun day ahead of us. So, first of all, can you hear me? Is my audio working, or am I just talking to nobody? Let me just type it in here. Can you hear me? Make sure everything's okay. Good. Awesome. Adam says yes. Yes. Okay. So today, for a little backstory, if you're new to Kings Wild, this is a little backstory of what we're going to be working on today. So in the early 1900s, the United States Playing Card Company, which at the time was Russell and Morgan, they produced a series of decks, which were 4 of them, which was called the Wartime series deck, and they came out around right about the end of World War I. So this would have been the early 1900s. And they had a ship, a battleship, and it was called the Dreadnought deck. They had a plane deck, which was a kind of a bi-winged fighter, and it was called the Flying Aces. Then they had a cannon, which was like a howitzer cannon. I don't know, it wasn't a howitzer, but and it was called Big Guns. And then what was the fourth one? I can't remember what the fourth one was. But anyways, it was a tank. It was like a Tiger. It was a big tank. It wasn't a Tiger tank because that's a German tank. But it had a big tank. And so about 3 or 4 years ago, probably more than 3 or 4 years ago by now, I did my own version. I reimagined those decks. And I did my ship deck was the USS Constitution, Old Ironsides. And then I did a Sherman tank. And then I did a P-51 Mustang. And then I did General Knox's cannon from the Revolutionary War. So today we are going to be working on next year's Wartime series deck. So I'm doing another version of those because I think it's time, and I love that series. I love the original series. The 4 decks that I did 4 or 5 years ago, I love those decks. And so we're going to be creating a new series for next year, 4 decks for next year, and these will be part of a subscription. My goal is for the subscription to have 4 total decks. I don't think that we'll be able to knock out 4 total decks today, but we'll see. You're just going to have to hold it up there for me for right now. Or just right there. That sounds good. My wonderful wife, just came down with the blueberry magic. Everybody's been talking about whatever you had making. Anyways, so my goal is to I want to try to get all 4 done today, plus a 5th one that's going to be a special edition one that you can only buy today. But we'll see how it goes. So right now, I've got a spreadsheet. Let me see. Let me see if I've got my spreadsheet. So my tentative deck list for this is going to be we're going to have an M1 Abrams tank, and that just kind of follows along the fact that there's a tank. M1 Abrams tank, and it's going to be called Rolling Thunder because that's what they called. That's what they call the M1 Abrams. So I've got the M1 Abrams. I'm probably gonna have an Apache helicopter, and then I'm kind of up in the air of which plane I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have, because I'm probably gonna do 2 planes just because I need to fill the slots. I was gonna do a submarine, and I still may do that. I'm not sure, and that would be kind of like my land, air, and sea version. We'll just have to see. How it goes in the submarine. Submarines are super cool, but as I was like looking at it, they're super boring to draw, but that's okay. The one thing that I like about the submarine idea is it would allow me to make the actual index cards reminiscent of actual submarine decks that they produced to go on submarines. And if you don't know anything about submarine decks, during World War II, submarines would always use like red light inside the submarine, just to be easier on people's eyes. And if you ever see a submarine deck from World War II, you'll see that all of the index cards, even the spades and clubs, they have the hearts and diamonds, the red cards will have a black outline around the pips, because if they're using red light inside the submarines, you wouldn't be able to see the red color because of the red light. And so they would use these black outlines. On the index cards. So that's kind of the only saving grace that I have that's keeping me wanting to do a submarine, but we'll just have to take it. We'll just have to take it when we get there. I'm probably going to do the other planes that I'm thinking about doing are A-10 Thunderbolt or the A-10 Warthog, the F-35 or the Eagle, the F-15 Eagle, and then for the special edition deck, I'm either going to do I'm most likely going to be the SR-71 Blackbird. And I call it, the deck is called either Blackbird or Skunkworks or something like that. And it'll be pretty cool because the deck will be all black and stuff like that. So enough with the yet. Let's get to it. If you have anything, I'm looking at the chat over here. Let me see if I can get the chat pulled up in this. Let me just log in here so I can see the chat in this window. Yep. Verify it's me. This is me. Oh no, it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to do that. So I'm going to turn this back to the main screen. So if you've got any questions, just type them in the chat and I'll do my best to answer them. So here we go. So the first one I'm going to do is the M1 Abrams, the Rolling Thunder. And if you can see here, I've already kind of got a head start because I want this series to, continue my previous series that I've already done. And so I'll be using the kind of like the same general tuck case format as I did before because I like it and it's going to be cool. And the first thing is I already found a 3D model of an M1 Abrams tank that I purchased a couple of days ago, and I kind of got it posed posed in the spot that I want. I'm going to do a little bit more. I'm going to find some more reference photos because I just want to be sure. I want to make sure that I'm I want to make sure that I'm getting the details that I need here. So I'm just going to grab some photos here and paste them in here. Down here. Just see if I can find a few from different viewpoints. That's a pretty cool image. All right, so let me get my pen here and we'll get to work. I don't think I need that much more. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab all of this tuck case. I'm gonna make sure we're pretty high res because I'm gonna be drawing on this tuck case. So we're 8x6 by 800 DPI. So that's plenty. I'm gonna get all of this, group it, and I'm gonna bring down the opacity pretty far. I want it to be in there because I want to be able to see my kind of my border. Put that in there. I'll use that for later. I'm going to go ahead and lock this group so I'm not messing with it. So what I'm thinking for this, let me go back so I can see the chat. There we go. Yes, this series of decks, this series of decks will be one of the 3 decks that will be replacing the Table Player series. We're going to have the Wartime series. We're going to have a train deck series, which I got to be honest, is pretty cool. And it's actually, I've been developing it. I've been developing this train series, and it's really cool. And it's getting to the point to where I might even make it its own project by itself, because it's super cool. Because I've created these 4 fictitious train lines, and every court card is going to be a different car. So you'll have the engine and the caboose. The King of Spades will be the engine, and the caboose will be one of the cards. And then every court card between will be a specific car of that specific train. And each train deck will have all different court cards of different train cars, and they're all going to have their own story. Like the train cars are going to have their own story. Like you're going to have a parlor, an observatory car, a sleeper car. It's going to be awesome. And I think it's going to be, it's grown so big that I probably will end up pulling it apart and making it its own thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sketch what I'm thinking here. I want to change my brush to my normal brush here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I've already posed this tank where I want it. So we're going to have the tank here. I may have it shooting and having like an explosion, but I don't want the muzzle flash to like cover up the tank. So I may not do that. I may just have it rolling over like a berm or something. All right. So, and then what we're going to do is I'm going to have some kind of like, it'll be like a berm or something that it's coming over. Like this, and then maybe some like hills behind it to kind of frame it up a little bit. maybe some barbed wire over here or something, or some rubble. And then we'll have some clouds here. No snowman. Yeah, well, it'll be in the desert, so I don't think it. Oh, no. So something like that is what we're going to do. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to draw over my 3D model and just put all the detail, because this whole style of these drawings are just kind of like my typical engraving style, and so that's kind of what I'm going to do. And I'll just use the 3D model as my base, and then I'll just go through and draw the entire tank, and then I'll draw the scenery around it and go from there. So let's go. Now, some of this stuff, I'll have to just look at reference, because sometimes the 3D models are not all that great, but that's okay. And this is kind of the tedious part of it, but that's all right. Where do I want to start? So I usually just start with kind of the outlines of everything, and then I'll go back. And work in the shading. Now, with something like this, I've learned that it's really kind of counterproductive if I try to put every little detail in here, because this is going to be really small. I mean, that's about print size right there. And so, like, the stuff that I'm working on right now in this little area is hardly going to be seen. So I kind of just have to be selective of how I kind of like make the detail kind of like just like making it brief to where it kind of shows, but then I don't necessarily have to draw every single line. The one thing that I want to make sure is that I'm drawing like the outlines, like this outer line, to just show depth and shape. And I'll get in the basic stuff first, and then I'll kind of go back when I've got the basic structure and everything. I'll go back and do like the shading and stuff. But there's so much detail in these, especially like these tanks and all these kind of stuff that's mechanical. There's not a lot of space for detail after the fact, because everything is just so, you got so many lines and forms and stuff. Because my OCD, my OCDness, I guess, I always want to add tons of detail, but in the end, it's just kind of me shooting myself in the foot, because if I added all the detail that there was when I was finished, and when I was finished and zoomed out, it would just be a bunch of noise, and it would end up at print size just looking like a bunch of gobbledygook. especially this area, these kind of areas right here, where just there's just so much going on. You just kind of have to hint at the shape. Go ahead and save this. Got to make sure I'm saving. So just always want to zoom back out and look at this at about the print size. So if I go here to view uh, print size, like, well, that's not print size, but this is about actual size for me when I'm looking at it. I mean, you can see like even like areas like right in here. Where's my color? You can really see like areas like right here, all of that stuff right there. Um, you know, a lot of that just turns into noise when you zoom out this far. You know, it looks good when you're zoomed in, but you know that's kind of what I'm talking about. Of you have to you have to know, you have to kind of choose what you're putting in there and what you're not putting in there. But the main thing that you're looking for is like these outer edges, to have those in there, because that's what's really gonna like create the form of the tank and stuff like that, or whatever you're drawing. And so like what I mean by the outer form is like all this stuff here is inner form, and that's not really that important. What's important is like this line here, which creates the silhouette. And so I'll go back in and beef up that silhouette line, because that's, you know, that's the kind of the important one. That's what's going to bring it off the background, you know. And like this piece here is in front of this round piece, and so I'm going to go in here and beef up that silhouette line. And then me doing that kind of brings this piece here in front of like this piece. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but so again, if you guys have any questions, just type them in the chat and I'll try to answer them. So the ones I'm planning on doing uh, are the Apache helicopter, this M1 Abrams tank. Uh, then I'm going to do probably. I'm still trying to figure out which fighter jet I'm going to do. I know that the A-10 Thunderbolt's not necessarily a fighter jet, but I'm going between an A-10 Thunderbolt or A-10 Warthog, uh, an F-15 Eagle, or maybe an F-35. But the thing about the newer planes and like the stealth planes is by nature, because they're stealth, they don't have very interesting uh, uh, they don't have very interesting silhouettes and shapes because of the like the cross section or profile, because they're stealth, and so they're super boring. They're super boring to draw. I think that the only one that would be interesting to draw would be like the stealth fighter. But I also have been thinking about possibly doing instead of the submarine, doing the B-29 Super Fortress bomber, because my grandfather was a bombardier on a B-29 during World War II, and he was on the actual backup crew. He was the backup bombardier for the Enola Gay, which, if you don't know, the Enola Gay is the B-29 Super Fortress that dropped the atomic bomb. And I'm thinking about doing a B-29 Super Fortress. One, because it's a freaking cool name, and and then the nostalgia of my grandfather. But then I also thought about doing the Jokers being Little Man and Fat Boy and Little Man, the two atomic bombs, because they look like the actual bombs themselves they look like cartoon bombs. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, and mainly just because my grandfather was a bombardier. It's interesting. I think I've told this story before, but there were my grandmother had letters from my grandfather, and it was during the time that he was stationed in the South Pacific, and he would write letters back to my grandmother. And he was obviously, it was so top secret what they were doing because he was on the backup crew. And he would write letters to my grandma and say things like, they have us going on these weird, abnormal missions where we're having to fly at not, very high altitudes, higher than normal altitudes, this, that, and the other. And we're not really carrying like a bomb payload or whatever, but we have to carry like a special package, and then we have to run these really routes. And it ended up being that, obviously it was a top secret, and they weren't getting told the details of the mission. And that it ended up being where they were doing the practice runs for the atomic bomb missions, and the special packages that they were having to take were literally the atomic bombs. I've never and my grandfather, he actually, the day after they dropped the atomic bomb, they went out on like a reconnaissance mission in their B-29s, and there's a photograph that my grandfather took the day after. There's a photograph that my grandfather took the day after they dropped the atomic bomb, and they were flying over Hiroshima in the B-29, and they opened the bomb bay door, and somebody grabbed my grandfather's like belt, and he leans over the bomb bay door and takes a picture of Hiroshima the day after they had dropped the bomb. So it's just like crazy, just like this different viewpoint of that whole story. What's up, everybody? Hope everybody's doing good. I see everybody is in the chat. If you got a question, just type your question in the chat and I'll try to answer it. I'm just kind of going through and knocking this tank out. I love drawing this kind of stuff, mechanical stuff. It's so much fun. The thing I like about mechanical stuff is there's so much crazy stuff that you can do. I'm still thinking this through, but I'm gonna try to have a special guest today. My buddy Nate, who's on here. Nate, you can see his profile's Nate's Planes. He has a sweet YouTube channel where he trains spots, plane spots, and also does weather forecasting. And Nate is also a plane fanatic. And whether or not he's got something prepared or not doesn't really matter. But I'm going to try to have Nate on later when we're doing one of the planes, maybe the A-10 Warthog, because I know that that's one of his favorites. And we're going to try to, we'll have Nate on, and he's going to talk. He's going to get all nerdy and talk about the A-10 Warthog for us while I'm drawing the A-10 Warthog. I'll probably have to send you a Zoom link or something, Nate. So maybe you get your mom or dad to help you. Nate, you're 13, Nate? 12, 13? Or even, are you 11? How old are you, Nate? It'll be fun either way. But it's awesome how excited Nate gets about airplanes. Make sure I'm saving here. I don't want to lose this. Yeah, Nate's 11. All right, good. Yeah, I like drawing mechanical stuff. I feel like that I like drawing mechanical stuff because I feel like you have a lot. It's a lot more forgiving because you can just do some like scribbles and stuff, and it looks like it's a machine, and you can't really do that with people because people are so used to and trained at looking at other people that when you do something that's not accurate or not correct, it's really easy and it stands out like a sore thumb. But with this kind of stuff, oh yeah, it looks like, yeah, looks like we're also having a chat over on the Discord, on our Discord. This year I'm really gonna be trying to promote and grow my Discord because it's actually pretty healthy. I mean, people are always there talking, and I'm gonna be doing more things to promote the Discord. And so I know that there's an Enduro channel over there. I bet Adam or C-Dub could probably even post the link to the Enduro chat channel that you can chat over there too. That's one of my goals for this year is kind of going back to my roots of King's Wild in the beginning and trying to really keep edifying and building the community and that kind of stuff. And that I really like the Discord. What's up, everybody? Hello, new people coming in. Adam just posted a picture of the original 4 Wartime series decks in the chat on the Discord page. I'm not sure, Joshua, what time. I'm not sure what time we're going to do the Nate thing. It'll. I'll do the A10 Warthog next after this tank one, and it'll be, if Nate is available, it'll be when I do that one. But I'm not quite sure what time that's going to be because I kind of have to see how this one goes first. Getting pretty close to having the structure of this built. Well, the new office is actually the new office is really kind of my home studio. So it's not really. We just kind of changed locations. It's pretty cool. I like it. We got our new fulfillment center and everything up and running. A little a little backstory. It's actually Nate's Trains and Auto. That guy, the guy that's gonna be talking about the A10 Warthog. His dad is actually the guy who owns the fulfillment company that's been doing our fulfillment. Started doing our fulfillment about probably about 3 weeks ago now, and they're doing a killer job already. A little backstory there. With the new office, also I can do something else I was going to try to do today. I got a new iPhone, and I can actually connect. I can connect a whole lot easier to my laptop. And I can actually connect my phone to my computer now and act it like a camera and post that in the live. And I was thinking about doing a little bit of a show and tell later of my own personal collection of playing cards. I mean, they're mainly they're mainly King's Wild decks, but a few people have asked me to do that. Let's see. It's all right, Nate. If you're available from 3:30 all the way to 7, then I'll just try to make sure that we do the A10 Warthog around that time period so that you can, and that'll give me time to figure out how to connect you. All right, so I got the basis for the tank. It's already looking pretty sweet. I like it. Now, what I'm gonna do now is just go back before I start doing the shading. I'm gonna just go and beef up the outlines, the kind of form outlines, and just a drawing lesson here. What I mean by form outlines is let's say I'm drawing this coffee mug. Okay, I got a coffee mug here, and I've got the handle. And let's say it's got a table in the background, whatever. Okay. What I mean by outlines is the silhouette is this part here. So here, this line, and then it comes here. Like that's the main silhouette of the coffee mug. And then these interior lines I'm not going to draw as thick because those aren't really silhouette lines, and they're just going to reinforce the shape. Now, but however, this line right here, nobody asked for this drawing lesson, but I'm giving it anyways. This line right here, because it's in front of, it's in front of this part back here, I want to go back through and beef it up. Start smaller towards the edges, but then as it gets to the middle, beef it up. And what that does is it'll kind of reinforce that idea that rim of that glass is in front. And then obviously I'll have this. And so it just gives a little bit more depth of your form and stuff like that. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but whatever. Now I'm going to have a coffee cup in my drawing. So now that I've got the structure, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to kind of establish a light source so I can draw the shadows. And so we're just going to say that my light source is just kind of up here. And so light will be shining. And so like all of this back here will be in kind of shadow. And what I'm going to do is just to help me, I'm just going to color in. I'm going to put this like at 75% opacity. I'm going to turn off the 3D model. And I'm just going to come in here. And I'm just going to lightly block in what I want in shadow. So like this side will all be shadow. And I'm literally just going to be using this as a guide in a little bit when I start doing like the cross hatching and the engraving stuff. All that'll be in shadow. This will be in shadow here, up the barrel, inside the barrel, like this. And this is honestly just to help me figure out where the shading is coming from. So this will be casting a big shadow. This turret will be casting a shadow, but then you'll get some light back there. All this will be in shadow. And sometimes I'll do like 2 different layers of shadow. You'll see in just a little bit. This will be in shadow. That'll cast there. All this here. This will cast a shadow on top of that. There. This will cast a shadow. That'll be in shadow here. All right, now I'll do a different layer, just like a little bit darker for the even darker stuff, just to like be a guide for myself here in a little bit when I start doing the rendering and things. That feels pretty good. So I'll just merge those two, and I can bring the opacity down. And so from there, I kind of have I kind of have my light source of what I'm going to do. So now I'm just going to start on top of my line drawing and just start. This is going to be the real boring part, but this is how it works. I'm just going to start drawing my value using my kind of engraving crosshatch and just work my way over the entire thing. Now, a lot of this is overkill because it's so small, but whatever. It's kind of just a balance, I guess. The um, updates on sushi is sushi. They're sending me the final production samples, but they're finished. The only thing they got left is like some of the one of the I think the small decks still have to be gilded, and I think that's about it. Slate Tally Ho is in production with this. I got all that stuff worked out, all those issues. That's in production. Tuck cases are being printed, decks are being printed. We received most of the Robin Hood decks and the Astro decks. Everything looks pretty good. We're just kind of waiting to receive the rest of them, and then we're going to be going through all those and making sure they're good to go. And we're probably going to be able to fulfill Robin Hood early because I know it's not the original delivery date was not like until November, but I don't see why we wouldn't be able to. Uh, no, I would say the next to be fulfilled is the Robin Hood, just because we have those decks, and then sushi. I don't think sushi's delivery date was not until like February of next year. I'm not sure. I can't remember what we had on those. Just gonna beef up this line a little bit here. Yeah, the Robin Hood decks look awesome. Those new boxes and stuff, they turned out great. I'm very very pleased with how those turned it out. Turned it out. I'm pretty sure that Adam and C Dub have some sort of giveaway that they are doing concurrently with this Enduro. So be sure to check out. And I'm sure the details are on the Discord in the Enduro channel. Yeah, that longbow edition is so cool. So for the court cards for these, uh, my plan is just to use the same. It's my vintage standard set of court cards, and it's the same. It's the same set of court cards I've used for all of the Wartime series decks. So that'll probably be what I'll use for this. But I'll definitely like kind of stylize them, the colors, the color schemes and such. I do. It's right here. It's probably an old code now. She may have to resend it. It's gonna be old now. Just I need to just give me more of a heads up, and I'll be able to send it. I got another one. Mhm. We could probably use the quartz from Peter Dash Flash for the B29. That would match up pretty well. I forgot about the Joker. We got to draw the crazy Joker. Super exciting watching me draw these lines. Looking pretty good, looking pretty good. All right. Now, I think I'm going to add, I may try to add a few just like markings, like numbers and stuff like that. But I want to make sure that I'm just not making it up. I want to make sure that what I'm doing is halfway realistic. So we're going to go M1, Abrams, images. Let's take a look. Can y'all see this? Yeah. Well, maybe not. Let me change this to display. There we go. So let me just see here. So like here's a cool one. I love that. That's kind of cool. That spray paint with the cavalry. With the cavalry sticker. Grab that. Let me make sure. U.S. Shoulders assigned to 2nd Armored Brigade. This one's got like numbers here on the side. We may do like number 13 or something. Maybe put a name on the barrel. Like some of them, like this one has like Heimdall. That's a sword, isn't it? Of the Viking god, the big sword. No, that's the. It's got like a cool skull right there. Some numbers down here. I like that. Let me grab that. Just paste that over here. Oh, excuse me. So we'll probably put a number 13 here over here on the side. I really like this cavalry spray paint thing. That's cool. And then we'll put some little numbers at the front. What is on this one? Just some random stuff. I mean, it probably means something, but I bet I can find a stencil army font. Yep. That's a good one. East border. Let's download that. Install that puppy. Where'd it go? Install. Okay, good. So we'll just make up something. Just some random letters. What's that called? East. East border? Well, what'd they call it? East border. Okay. Is it not in here? Well, what'd they call it? Okay. I guess I don't want to have that font. Do I have another symbol? That'll work. All right, so let's do what number? Let's do doesn't have to be anything specific. All right, we'll do KWP 2026. Actually don't like that. Let's make it more of a box. Not that. That'll work. All right, I like this. I do like this a lot. I'm just going to rip this off right here. Looks pretty cool. What's up, Armand? We don't have a link yet to purchase anything just yet. I want to make sure I get the main work done first. I like it. I like it. I like it. Oh no, I was drawing over here. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. I merged that. That was stupid. Okay, looking good. Looking good. Just taking a look at it here. Put a few more things. All right. Make sure I got this on one layer. Save. All right. I'm going to sketch in what I want here. I'm going to have a dust cloud coming up in the back. All right. I feel good about that. I use this little liner brush on the other, as you can see it up here, all up in here. This is the same little liner brush that I used on the original ones. Well, that sounds good, Nate. I'll see you then. I want to make it darker up top. Yeah, that looks good. I am moved completely. We are done with that. And I'm glad. Well, the new office is my house, so Add some smoke rising up in the distance. Just to add some interest back there. Yep, Nate. We found a great company here, right in Cleveland, that's going to be doing our fulfillment. I'm very pleased with. They're already knocking it out of the park. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Yeah, a little bit of noise here. All right, let me save that. That looks really good. I like that. Let me get all that into one layer. The production stuff is happening at my house. I have that all set up at my house, my entire bottom basement area. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I need to look at, let me open up one of the old Wartime series tucks just so I can look at it. All right, here's the original Invincible tuck case. Look at that. We got the spade. We got the spade with the 13 like we got on this. There's our little snowman right there that probably nobody ever noticed. All right. All right. So we're going to put Rolling Thunder right here. Rolling Thunder. That's not the same font. What is this font? Solar Vodka. That's an old font that I've used to use. Let me see if I can get that. Let's see. I need to make a new window. Soul of Vodka font. There it is. To download. Did you not work? Did you not install? Oh. It says I got it. There we go. Rolling Thunder. I need to do some aging to that to make it match. That'll do it. That's too much. That was large detail. I didn't need large detail. I needed small detail. There we go. Much better. Now at the bottom I used to have made in the United States of America. These are not made in the United States of America, so I can't put that. So we're going to need to put something else at the bottom. Maybe you guys have any ideas of what we could put at the bottom in terms of words? We could do the Wartime series. We could put the Wartime series. We could put, you know, designed by Jackson Robinson. That would be an easy one. Let's see what that looks like. That's probably going to be the winner. I could put the name of the tank. It's just an M1 Abrams. We could do that. We could do that for all of these. M1 Abrams. Let me make sure. I'm sure a bunch of different divisions use this. Let me see. Let's ask old Chat GPT what it says. What What Army divisions? I can't spell. That's not how you spell divisions. Is how you spell divisions? Divisions use the M1 Abrams tank. Multiple. Primary division was the M1 Abrams 1st Armored Division. Old Ironsides. We know we've used that. We used that in the first deck. And I know the 1st Cavalry Division, that's the one with the little swords, and that's what we put on there. Is there a motto that the 1st Cavalry Division had? Live the legend. First team, famous for Custer's Last Stand, honor and courage. 12th Cavalry Division, Semper Paratus. Yes, vision. All right, let's see if this is accurate. First Knows in America's first team uses the motto "Live the Legend" to embody its rich. This motto is called a call to action, encouraging troopers to live up to the division's. Okay, looks like it's accurate. First team, 1st Cavalry Division lives the legend. Lives the legend. Seems like we're okay if we want to put that. I don't know. I don't like that. I think I just want to do M1 Abrams because that way we can put the name of the other vehicles on there. Let me see if there was another. I do like Wartime series and then the name. Wartime series M1 Abrams. I like that. The only thing that makes me shy away from the mottos is I don't know if every one that we're going to do is going to have a motto. Let's see if let's just use M1 Abrams. What if there's a technical name for it? M1 Abrams. I don't think so. Main battle tank. Service history 1980 to present. M1 tank redirects. M1 Abrams is the 3rd generation. Blah 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 blah. Chrysler defense. Ha! It's designed by Chrysler. Now General Dynamics Land Systems. I think that's fine. I think M1 Abrams is fine. Unit cost $4.3 million. 10.66 million. An M1A2 is $24 million. 10,000 built as of 2017. Okay. I'm going to go with that. I don't like that it's not filling up that space. So I may go back to having Wartime. No, I don't like that. I want to just have one thing. All right, I like that. That is acceptable. So let's see here. So I'm thinking the first thing I'm gonna do, and the reason why I'm doing this is just to see for continuity. I don't know if it's gonna work though. We'll see. I may end up designing another thing, but I'm gonna just take this portion out, keep this outer on the back design. I'm gonna keep this outer design the same because this is what was on the original. The original tank was this design. It was called the Conqueror. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. And I kind of want to keep that Wartime series playing cards Conqueror. I don't see it. Don't really have a picture of it. Try a tank. That's mine. Here's a picture of mine. You can kind of see right there. I kind of want to keep that motif. Let's get this back design. Let's find that back design actually. All right. Where did I save that? Let's go to my Dropbox. Let's see if that gets it. Nope. I need to spell it right first. All right, here's the back design. Let's download that. Pull that in here. All right, so here's the original. Let's grab this, trash it, bam. Let's just see. What is all this junk? That was the picture I used for the baston in the background. That was the original. Here's the original back design. If you care to see it, here's the original back design with the tank on it. Really low res, but that's what it is. And that's kind of where we got this outside area here. That's where we got that. Let me make sure you guys are not asking questions over here. Okay, let's take, here's the Sherman tank. Let's go back to, that's the Sherman tank. We don't need that anymore. Let's grab this, copy, paste. How are we gonna fit? Looks like it's gonna fit pretty good. Let's fill that space. That looks pretty good, actually. Gonna have to extend some of this over here. Let's mask it out. I need to fill this. Looks pretty dope. Let me just save this while I got it. We're going to go Rolling Thunder back design. All right, let's take this back, duplicate it, merge it, copy it, and put it in here somewhere. Let's bring that down, lined up with this. That looks pretty good. I like that. Now, I'm just going to put this together just so I can get an idea of what it's going to look like. So, what we need to do. Okay, so here may be a change I might do. Instead of the Wartime series, I might put at the bottom, because I'm going to have a limited edition that's not gilded. Let me just see what it looks like. Let me save this in a folder. Because my original, let me see if I can find a picture of my original one. If anybody's got a picture, here it is. C-Dub had this up here. Let me see. Copy image. My original Wartime series had these kind of cool seals that went around the side. Let me see if I can link this. Copy. Let me see. Save image. This is C-Dub posted this in the Discord, but I'll just open it anyways. So my original ones had these seals that went around the side toward the bottom. So my plan for this next year is going to be that there is a limited edition that's non-gilded that will be numbered, and I think I'm going to only do like 200 of each. We'll have a limited edition and a gilded edition. See you, Katie. It's nice to see your name. So maybe we'll do, it'll say gilded edition at the bottom and limited edition at the bottom. But we're only going to do, the thing that's different about it is we're going to do a lot lower numbers this year or next year. So like this will be the limited edition. Yeah, this is probably what we'll do. Make it like this. I like that, actually. And this will be how you can tell them apart. And then we'll have those same kind of seals around the side. Okay, hit that. All right, let me just save this right quick. Put this over here. That looks pretty good. I'm going to save this. I'm going to make a duplicate of this. And we're going to call this gilded. And we're going to make the background gray, like a slate gray. Or, what if I should do a slate gray or maybe like a desert sand color? I don't know. Let's see what color the M1 Abrams are. They're mainly a sand color. Yeah, they're mainly a sand color. But there are some darker ones, but they're mainly that kind of tan sand color. I like that color. Let's get that. And we can do the black. We could probably do the black. So this one needs to be gilded edition. All the limiteds will be the traditional white, like the original ones. You know, I see that like mud and stuff. I want to do like a mud splatter on it, but I think that would not be. I wonder what this would look like if I made everything that's black kind of a brown color. Let me just make this, put out that die line. Let's duplicate this. Let's put a white background so I can pull it off the background. Duplicate image, merge layers, mode, grayscale. Select my gray, inverse. Okay, select all. Let's go back to mode, CMYK. Don't merge. Rolling Thunder. Let's grab that color. Let's take this and make it a darker version of this brown. That's pretty cool. I like that. Let's get our dye line in there. Well, let's just take this. I don't want to do it on that layer though. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. You're right, it doesn't look centered. We'll fix it up. We'll fix it right up. Do a little check here. There we go. I do like that. Yep. Where's our template? All right. I'm going to save that. Wartime series. Let me put tuck in here somewhere. All right. Feel pretty good about that. I'm going to take a quick break, go to the bathroom right quick and come back. I'll be back in just a little bit. What we'll probably do next is, so with this for sure, I still have jokers, and ace of spades for this deck. But what I'll probably do is I'll probably move to the next deck and get another one worked out, and then come back and do the aces of spades and jokers. Yep, that's what we're gonna do. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'll see you guys in just a second. All right. Might as well just eat right here, because y'all want to see me eat, right? I'm going to eat my breakfast my wife made me. If you guys have any questions, just Type them in the chat while I scarf this breakfast down, and I'll try to answer them for you. I like this one. I like the way it turned out. I'll probably do the Apache helicopter. The only thing I'm worried about the B-29 is it's pretty boring in the shape, and it's so wide that I may have to do like a close-up of it to make it. I'm gonna have to do a close-up of it to make it look right in the composition. I could do the SR-71. I'm feeling really good about the one thing I wanted to make sure I did was at least get one deck finished, because obviously I need to get it into production for next year. But I feel good about the tank deck, and so what I might do is start. I could do the Skunk Works one where it's SR-71. Yeah, I like that. I like that desert tan. I literally just eye dropped it off of one of the images of the M1. I had thought about doing the newest, most up-to-date howitzer cannon that they have, but it's just to match the other cannons that I've done already. I couldn't find an angle of it that was interesting. I don't know. I may revisit that idea. I don't know, but I was actually going to make the SR-71 deck all black with black foiling, because that's cool. I think that's awesome. Oh, I just dropped a strawberry. I'm scarfing this down. I apologize. Yep. I remember that toy. My cousins had that toy, that G.I. Joe aircraft carrier. I was so jealous. You definitely had to be in the middle class to get that one. Upper middle class. And I was thinking about doing that Skunk Works, the using that skunk as the Joker. Blackout. That's pretty cool. Okay. I'm feeling good about this. Let me make sure I got these saved. All right. Let me save this as all right. Let's do. Why not? Let's do the Blackbird one. I'll probably end up doing a whole nother back design because it's a special edition. I'm not sure. On this one, they might as well. Why not? That would be cool to have black backgrounds. All right. I found, we'll call this special edition because you're only going to be able to. Some crumbs on my keyboard. Only going to be able to buy this during the live, or at least when I get the page up. Special edition. All right. To visualize this, it's going to be hard to visualize. We're going to make it a dark gray. That already looks pretty sweet. We have a like an all silver numbered seal. All right, I found a good picture yesterday. It was like flying over the Sierra Nevadas. Let's see. I really like this photo a lot. I've seen that some of them, I don't know much about the SR-71. I don't know if Nate's still here or not, but I've seen some of them like this one. They've got the two cockpits, you know? There's two cockpits. I guess that's just for more crew members. And then some don't have two cockpits. I wonder what the difference is. This is the one that I found that I liked. Go away. Decline. I like that one. I wonder how that would look in here. Let's see if it would fit. Well, I thought these, man, I tell you what, I loved these jets when I was a kid. Man, I wanted to fly one of these. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That fits in there really nice, actually. Turn it just a little bit. Can I get it without clipping off the wing? I think so. Make it a skosh bigger. Yeah, I like that. Sup, dude? 1 second. All right. No, this is not the. I think the plane that he flies in Top Gun is called the Dark Star. It's a new Lockheed Martin. It's like they call it the son of the Blackbird. Oh, a trainer variant had a raised rear cockpit to improve instructors' visibility. Gotcha. I'll probably take this second cockpit out. I maybe I don't necessarily want to do like the spare car, or like the um I don't necessarily want to do the schematic cards because I haven't done schematic cards for the previous ones. And I have a specific type of Joker that I have done for each of them. I'm just reading some of these. What is this ox cart? Let me take this. Let me look at this. Oh, they're different ones. The CIA had one. Ah, I didn't even know that. The CIA had one called the A-12, and it was smaller. And then the Air Force had this one that had two. That's cool. Oh, they're like completely different planes. That's interesting. Hmm. Yeah, the Air Force, theirs had two seaters. So I'll do the one that's for the Air Force, the one we got here. All right. I'm going to take off the I'm gonna scratch my leg. I'm going to take off the dark background while we're drawing this. What I'll do is, for this special edition that we're making, we won't, the subscription itself won't be available to purchase until later next year. I won't do, once I finish this, once I finish it, like with the Ace of Spades and the back design and everything, then I'll make a product page for this special edition. Not quite sure on the price yet. It's not going to be, I don't know. It'll probably be gilded with black, so I would think 25 to, a normal gilded price. But I'm not going to make that many of them. I'll probably make less. I don't know. We'll just have to see. All right, let's see here. A new layer. Now I've got to remember that this is going to be on. This is going to be on dark gray or black. So I definitely don't want to add too much line work detail, just because it'll get lost really easily, I think, with the dark background. So I'm just going to keep that in mind. And I may do a lot of it just like in silhouette. I'm not sure. We'll just have to see how it goes. I'm just going to get the basic structure. Now that I see it, I can tell that this one is wider up at the front. This Air Force version, as opposed to the CIA one. But I wonder if just Air Force pilots flew the one for the CIA as well. Let me go ahead and save this. Save as. Call this Blackbird. All right. I'm not going to be able to render this just like I would normally because it's going to be on the dark gray. So I need to start thinking about how what I'm going to what I'm going to actually draw in terms of the detail, knowing that it's going to be going on the dark gray background. So I'm going to pull that in. I'll probably end up doing the mountains somehow just to like bring it forward a little bit. I'm not sure yet though. Probably want to add some of these lines that are on the wings. Okay. I think I know how to do it. Let's just see. Let me get rid of this background first. Okay. I'm going to do this on a new layer just in case I don't like it. Just gonna keep doing some double checking as I'm drawing this to make sure it's looking good. Yeah, it looks pretty sweet, actually. I got a good idea for the background to really make it sing. Oops, I'm gonna do that differently. All right, I need to put these ridges on it. I think I'm gonna do it this way. See if this will work. I'm not sure if it's going to. We're going to find out. All right. Need to line these up with the perspective. All right, so I'll use this gradient as my lightest value, second, third, and fourth. All right. I still need to add some. I gotta do some lines over here. Not quite finished with the base yet. looks pretty. That looks pretty cool. I like that a lot. This background is what's going to take me the longest. Don't want to do this. I think this may be too. May end up being too noisy. What if I should just use the horizontal lines like I've done with every tug case? Let me try that. All right, we're going to try to see what we can do for a back design. Let me see. Let me find the original Flying Ace back design. All right, let me find this original Flying Ace. I don't know if I'm going to use it though. Let's say Peter dash Flash. I don't think I'm going to use it. Yeah, I'm not going to use this one. This one won't work very well for this. I'm going to go ahead and see. All right, so let's go. Just open up this. I kind of like this topographic map. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. Let me get all of this on one layer. I think this is it. Oh, I know. I have a good idea. I think I've got a good idea. I remember seeing those top-down views of these. Let's see. I see what you mean. I see. This has the extra. This has the extra windshield, but not the extra cockpit. See, this one just has the extra window, but not a secondary cockpit. Gotcha. Just like that one has a secondary cockpit. Oh, that is the trainer, yes. SR-71B trainer. That's okay. We can fix that. Pretty simple. Tandem cockpits. That's so cool, man. That is so cool. Lieutenant Colonel. Wow. Pretty high rank. Yeah, there it goes. There's just that little extra windshield. Let me go ahead and fix that. That's no problem. I'll just take it off. I hope it's not a problem. Oops. Why is this not working? Oh, I got it. I think I got it in this one. Well, where is it? Oh, I'm on the wrong one. Let's see. Let me fix this one first. That's where it's at. Couldn't find it. No, it's all good. We don't want a trainer. We don't want a driver's ed model on there. We want the wartime model. Now I just need to see. So it's got like one little square window there. So I just need to add that. And all that needs to be is a black. All right. What I'm thinking for the back design, let me just sketch it out here. I need to find an image of it from the top down. There it is. This is what I need. So what I'm thinking, I don't know if this will work, but we're about to find out. Let's see how it'll fit. Don't think it's gonna fit that well. It might actually. My idea is to have a silhouette of the top down and then create the silhouette by only using the negative space as like detailed like scroll work or something. It didn't fit that well. That's kind of cool if I could pull that off. Let me see. Just thinking here. Just thinking. I don't want it to look techie. That's the only thing about schematics is you put schematics on there and it looks techie. I want it to look classic, like the original Wartime series, if I can pull it off. Let me just do some sketching and we'll see if we can do it. Have a black background, of course. I need my die line in there. Okay. What hardware I'm using? I am using a MacBook Pro. MacBook Pro system. Well, let's see here. MacBook Pro, about this Mac. There we go. It's a Apple M3 Max, 64 gigs of memory, and it serves me just fine. This is my first time I've used a laptop for my main work computer, and it works fine. It does the job. All right, so let's think about this. Here's what I'm thinking. Let's do this as silver foil for the time being. Who's texting me? No. Maybe I want the other way. What does this mean? Just trying to think here. um, it's too modern. What does that Skunkworks logo look like? I feel like it's going to be copyright or something. I feel like it's copyrighted because it's Lockheed Martin. I knew this one was going to be a hard one to get the back design for. What is this? What if I use the shape of the jet as like the border? And I duplicate it. I wonder what that looks like. Because it's very similar to the... That's pretty cool. I like that. I like that shape that it's making. I wonder if I could duplicate the windows. I wonder what the windows look like duplicated. Let's see. Wait a minute, I have an idea. Let's see. Stroke, edit stroke. Let me see. I don't know. Let's see if that works. Let's center this up. Let's make this background black. Okay. This may not work. It may not work. That's okay. We're going to try it anyways. I'm trying to do is just try to create this interesting shape with the silhouette. And then reverse the silhouettes. That's pretty cool. It's interesting. Oh my gosh. The idea is that all this gray is, I don't know, foil. Let's see if I can't. I need to find a really good topographic map. Let's go iStock. I feel like I've downloaded a topographic map before. I want one with. Oh, that's the one we just used. Sweet. Okay, I'll just use this one. It's the one we used. So I'll pay for it. right, let's see. We'll just download the EPS. Go topo map. It's funny, it's the exact same topographic map. Open with Illustrator. All right. What I want to do, I want to get rid of these squares. Is it all one thing? It is. Oh, that's lame. Looks like it's not. What is this? Can I break this apart? Yes. Oh, goodness. That's what I want right there. I'll take the grid lines. Don't think I need those. Don't need those. Let's leave out the grid line for right now. Okay, let's take this. Bam. Copy. It's not too bad. It's not quite there yet, but it's not bad. I need to mask it out. I may reverse out the map. All right, let's take. So now what I'm thinking is I reverse out. Let me see what this looks like if I do this. What happens if I make this black? Can't tell that well. Let's see. Let's reverse out this. All right, let me get that grid. It's kind of cool. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. It gives it a nice, let's make that black. Yeah, I like that. It's a cool texture. All right, I want to do a little bit of an outline around the. All right, let's make that black. And I want to filter layer stroke just so I can see it first. Yes, this will be the only special edition, and it will be gilded. Black, of course. Yeah. Little black stroke. I'm going to make no lines on the windows here. I almost want to put that little dotted line down this border. I don't know why. Let's see what that looks like. Where's that dotted line? Right there. Let's just fill it in. I don't think so. It's not going to work. Well, that's actually really cool. Let me get the whole thing here. I don't need this. I want just the vertical or the horizontal ones. Yes, that's what I want right there. Okay. Paste. Put that right in the border. That's pretty dope. Let me scale it so it's the correct size. Almost got it. That's close enough. Put it right there. Yeah, that's cool. I like that a lot, actually. Okay, duplicate that over to the other side. Just like that. Now I need to duplicate it up here. like that. I actually like that a lot. For some reason, I keep thinking about like those little warning signs that they have on the side that are like like placards, like this red stuff. You see where it's got this like these red stickers, especially this triangle one right there on the side. For some reason, I just want to put maybe like a little bit of like a red triangle right here for some reason. I don't know. It's just what I'm feeling. Let me see here. Just for like a little bit of a color. Let me see if I can find a better image of what that is on the side. I remember seeing it where it had somebody's name. Here it is. What does it say? What does that say right there? Can't really tell. That's okay. Warning, this aircraft contains a seat. It contains a seat containing an explosive charge. See maintenance manual before removing. So that's the ejection. I can't imagine ejecting out of that jet. It is not up on the site yet. I apologize. Not quite up there yet. I'll probably, as soon as I'm done with this back design, I'm probably going to take a break, get me some food, and then I'll try to put it back up. I'll try to make the product page before I come back. mess. I definitely don't like Kingswell Project being on there. I don't like that. I don't like it one bit. All right, let's take the back design. Let me save this. Duplicate, merge, mode, grayscale. Where is it? What's happening? It didn't come out right. Let's redo that. Still doing it wrong. I need this back there for this back design to work. I'm gonna fix this. I need to change this to white. Just for right now. I need to change this to white. There we go. I don't want to lose that spear. You guys still out there? Sorry if I'm not talking that much. Okay, I need to fill this black. Very nice, very nice. I like that. All right. So I got that one. I feel good about this one. I'm going to take a quick break and get me some lunch, even though it's almost 2 o'clock. Well, 20 minutes still. I'll be back in just a little bit. I'm going to get me some lunch and we'll start on the next one, which will probably be the Apache or the A10. Well, I want to stay. I want to keep the Warthog till later this evening to where Nate can talk to us. So I'll probably do the Apache next or the B29, or if I don't do the B29, we'll figure something else out. All right, so I'll see you guys just a little bit. I'm just gonna let it sit here and play. I'm gonna keep the live going. I don't want to stop it, so I will see you guys in just a little bit. Peace. I'll make an announcement on Discord when I get back. Okay, I'm back. So while I was eating lunch, well, I didn't really eat lunch. Well, I got me a snack and some coffee. I was thinking about the special edition, and we need to talk through some things about it before I put the product page up, because I hadn't planned on it being foil, the back design, which I think it needs to be foil because it's pretty cool. Um, but here's what's going on. Let me see. Let me just draw my notes here. Okay. Because it's using foil, we kind of have to, there's a, basically, I got to at least buy 500 decks. That's kind of like the minimum for me to do foil, which that's okay. But if I were to only sell it, during this live, I'd really honestly only sell about maybe 130, 140. That's about it. That's about all we sell. That's about all I sell when I do something like this. And so if the minimum order is 500, and I only sell about 130, 140, then I'm wasting a whole lot of money and a whole lot of decks. And I don't like to do that. So here's my thinking. Option A, this is what I think we should do. This is my option A, is we treat it just like a subscription deck for next year, where they have the standard edition. Well, I'm not going to call it standard edition. Let's call it the limited edition, where it's numbered but not gilded. We have a limited edition in the white tuck case with black ink, just like all the other ones, all the other Wartime series. And then we have a gilded edition that is in a colored tuck case of some sort and is also limited and numbered. So option A would be I offer two editions. So a white tuck limited LTD, probably it'd be $15, and that's probably how much the other ones will be too. So a white limited a tuck, and I'll do let's say I make 200. So one of 200. Okay. And this is offered only during live at this price. Or okay, so option A, and then second we'll say black tuck. It's going to be a dark gray tuck. Black tuck, gilded, black gilding. For what the normal gilding price is of, let's see, $30. And that's also one of 200. And then, however, and then option A, only during live, you can get both the LTD plus the gilded. What is that? 45 for $40. So you get $5 off. And if you buy something else on the website, you can get $50 and get free shipping. And that'll only be during the the live. And then option A and option B would be, it's not as interesting, I don't think. It's way simpler. Option B would be, and this would be, this whole thing would be foiled silver foiled back design. All of these. And this would be, option B would be non-foiled. And you would just have the one edition, the black tuck. And it would probably be about, because I'll only make like 250. So like say one of 250. Be black, gilded. And that'll probably be $30. That's option B. And this would be offered only during live. Now, option A, I want to make sure that everybody's expectation is right. This one right here, option A would be, if I sell out of these, great. And then that's a good idea. I like that. I'm just reading Jordan's. So, and then any of the remaining ones that I don't sell of the 200, what'll probably end up happening is there'll be a higher price, and I'll sell them like at Christmas time. Now, what Jordan says, I like. What I'll do is, of course, I want you to do option A, because then I get to make 2 decks and sell you 2 decks, and then you get what you want, and I don't have to. It'll be really expensive. I don't even know if that option B one would be $30. It might be $35 just because the price would be so high to produce. All right, so here's what we got. This is what I'm thinking. Okay. So if you order it during the live, so we'll have a white tuck SR 71. Okay. 1 of 200. One of 200 with foil back. And that'll be $15. And then black tuck SR 71 foil back, black gilded, 1 of 200, signed and numbered. And this is $30. And then what I'll do is, if you order during the live, both decks will be hand signed under the cellophane. That's what I'm thinking. And then, just so everybody knows and nobody gets mad at me, any decks not sold get sold at Christmas at a higher price. And also you can buy, I'll have a thing on the website where you can buy, well, I'm trying to think about how I can do both. Yeah. Any decks not sold will get sold at Christmas for a higher price, probably 20 bucks and 35 bucks. So if you want to save 10 bucks, that's what we'll do. All right. Post this in the Enduro Discord so everybody's got it. And that'll give me a 100-ish decks for wastage during production. All right, let me see here. Let me see if I can make a quick rendering of this. I've never run Keyshot while I'm on a live, so we'll see how this goes. I'm going to try to pull off that both for 40 bucks. Yeah. And that'll just be right now. Let me see here. We are getting close to Lord of the Rings exclusive. What is this? Just loading something up here. Sorry. Okay, let me see here. View. Sorry about this. All right, let me save this. Okay. I'm almost finished. Sorry. Okay. Just trying to do a quick render of this. Want to disable. I apologize. I'm sitting here doing some stuff. All right. This is taking too much time. Okay. I'm going to close this. I don't want to do this right now. It's taking me too much time. So I'll just make it simpler. All right, so I want to go back and change the bottom. It says It says special edition. We'll make this gilded. Jordan, within the next, say the next 15, 20 minutes, as soon as I just need to make a quick snapshot of them so I can have something on the product page. All right, let me go to my website and I will make these product pages for you fine people. All right, products, add product. Okay, we'll go SR. Okay, SR71. SR71 Blackbird. Okay. SR71 Blackbird. Comes in 2 editions, limited, non-gilded, and gilded, black gilded. All right, let's see. Media. Okay. Okay, how do I do variants here? Haven't done this in a long time. Okay, I get it. I just have done this a long time. So that's this one. That's this one. And I need to do one with both. This would be the most rudimentary page ever. Okay. All right. So the standard will be $15, and that will be and this one will be the gilded will be $30. And that's D. And then the combo is $40. I'm not sure I want to do that. I don't know how to do the combo. I don't know how to do the combo. Tim usually creates these pages for me. Let me see here. Just cancel this for right now. I could make a discount code. I guess I could do that. Let me delete that variant. All right, let me view it. Let me see if this works. Preview. It's not working correctly. Hmm. What time is it? 2:30. I don't. I'm building the page. I'm sorry. One second. I need to call Tim right quick. think we got it fixed. Just put some available here. Put some of these available. Some of the combo sets. Adjust that inventory. All right. I think we're good. Let me view the page. Okay. All right. Let me take this. Hope it all works. Okay. All right. Come over here. Post it in the chisel chat. Sorry about that. All right. Now, let us get back to work. All right. Close this. Make sure I got things I need saved. All right. That's saved. This is also saved. Blackbird, got it. All right. Let's close this. All right. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back to the Rolling Thunder deck and do its Ace of Spade and also probably the Joker. So let's open up the original Invincible cards because I know that they were colored. And they also had the 1st Infantry Division Ironside Joker. So let's download this and take a look at it and see what needs to be changed. All right. So here's the original. So we got the back design. We have the Joker of the King's Wild riding the tank. And what we'll probably do is we'll probably just recreate this, redraw, and switch out the Sherman tank for the M1 Abrams. Then we have the Bastogne. We have the Bastogne extra card, which I'm not sure what we'll do. And then we've also got this old Ironside, this Infantry Division, which it's the correct one, so we could keep it, and that would keep in line with. Now, these are the core cards, which these would work fine. They have the kind of the army green, the army green. I mean, I don't mind these at all. These will work fine. And they have the green. I think we'll change them up a little bit. What I'd like to do is maybe put I think what I might do is try to make it a little bit more modern because of the modern with the sand, the different sand color. Maybe you have like a sand background. I don't know. But I love the Joker because that was on all of these. And I would just need to trade. Let's get the Pew thing coming out of the tank. I would just need to trade out the Sherman tank for an Abrams tank. So let me see if I can find this original Joker. I don't know if I can. What's wrong? Is there a misspelling? What's wrong? What did I miss? All right, let me see if this one has it. This may or may not have it. Oh. Is it misspelled? Sure it is. All right. Oh. E-addition. E-addition. I got you. I see it now. This is how we do this, boys. Let's go in here and replace this image. we go. Image corrected. But I'm sure it's bad on the other one too. So I'll go back to this one. Change. Add files. There we go. All right. Should be good. All right. I'm going to try to find this. I don't know if I can find this or not. Where is this? All right. Let me see if this. Download these and see if this was my originally colored version that wasn't green. Yeah, this was my original version that was red. Well, that had the red in it. Let me check out the hearts. All right, I'm going to make a duplicate of this. This will be called Rolling Thunder So we'll meet him. I wonder if I could. I wonder if I could do something similar to this, but update their uniforms to be like Desert Storm era, and then have maybe, I don't know, Baghdad on the thing. I wonder what. Let's see. I'm just going to try something and see what happens. Use me some AI here. Let's see. Let's hide. All right. I want to take a snapshot of these guys. I wonder if AI could update them. It may or may not. Let's see. All right, let's see what chat can do for us. Take this drawing of World War II soldiers and recreate the image with modern U.S. soldiers. And the sign they are holding says Baghdad. How do you spell Baghdad? Is there an H in there somewhere? Yeah. Baghdad. Let's see what it does. Come back to that. I wonder if I can find that original Joker somewhere. Let's see. Invincible Joker. Nope. I gotta put an N in there. Invincible. Don't see the original Joker, which sucks. But that doesn't mean I couldn't figure it out. Let me first erase the old Sherman tank, and I can get in there and just do it. That's why you always save your layered files, boys and girls. So you don't have to do this. It didn't do a bad job. I mean, it's pretty crappy drawing, but it didn't do a bad job. They look weird. Yeah, that's horrible, actually. probably just draw. I'll figure it out. I'll think about it. Definitely not going to use that. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to open up Blender and get that 3D model that I've got. This is not rigged at all. Hey, Uriah. Let's see if that'll work. I'm just guessing on the... That's not too bad. It's a pretty good guess on the old angle. All right, let me see if you guys are talking. Let's see here. No idea when these are planned to ship. I have to finish it first, for sure. But we already have the Astro decks, so that was much quicker on those than I originally planned. All right, I'm going to bring the opacity down a little bit on this. And only draw what I need to draw. Not that big. You all right? What's up? You can actually bring them down here if you want. No, Rosie, stop. I don't have enough room on this one to do a big little flag. So I may just have to do like a little explosion. Well, the tuck cases can't really change very much, Kenny. I'm sorry. I want the tuck cases to all look the same from the last uh, last decks that I did. I can't slide it left because then that'll make the whole thing off balanced. I mean, I might could a little bit. Might could a little bit. Let's see. Wish I had any layers. Make this whole thing a lot easier. To modify feather. Yeah, I might could squeeze it. I could probably squeeze it in there. Let's put that on it. Let's come on. How do we do the other one? Just like that. Pew! me see if I can find. I like the idea of doing these guys modern. Well, not really modern, but Desert Storm era. Army uniform. I'm going to see if I can't wing it and just draw over the top of these guys. I actually like these guys' faces a lot. I wonder if I could make them holding the sign. I mean, they're practically in the same, almost in the same spot. Excuse me. I don't want Schwarzkopf on there. I just want some regular guys. Bombs over Baghdad. I'm not sure what color I'm going to do this just yet, but I'm just going to go ahead and save this. All right, I'm going to take a quick restroom break, and I'll be right back to start the next thing. Yeah, so I'll be right back. I will talk to you guys in just a bit. right, all right, all right, all right, all right. All right, where are you people? All right, before we get started, I'm going to tie my shoe. And I'm going to try to pull this off. Are you guys there? Before we get started, what I'm going to try to do first is try to connect my phone. I'm going to try to connect my phone with my laptop and stream from my phone and show you guys right back here. Right here is my well, that's a horrible picture. I'm going to try to show you guys my collection, my personal collection of King's Wild decks. So I'm going to try to connect my phone. Let me turn the light on first. All right, let me see if I can do this. All right, I want to... I'm trying to remember how I did this last time. Was it in this program? I can't remember. I think I did it in this program. All right. Video capture device. Let's try iPhone. Yeah. Let's see if it'll work. Camera. Let's see if this works. Wow, that was easy. All right. Sorry if it's shaky. That's what you get. All right, so here's my workstation. My messy, messy workstation. Can you hear me? All right. I'm going to have to speak up because I'm away from my microphone. Let me see if I can make my... Let me see if I can add the microphone of my phone. Check. All right, I'm going to mute this big mic for just a second. All right, let's try this again. So here's my workstation right here. My little my MacBook, my drawing tablet, and then I got this monitor right here. Is it in focus? I can't really tell. It doesn't let me see. It doesn't see, let me see. Here are my bookshelves. So here's my, let me see if I don't know if that's in focus or not, but all the old subscription decks. The first editions, I got a bunch of really cool cut decks right here. These are all cut decks. It's my Bo Jackson card. Come on, let's go. I got more cut decks right here. More back here. I really like these cut decks. Got more right here. Some old decks that I really like right here. This is my Robin Hood VHS tape. It's not in focus. Sorry. Some random stuff up here. Legacy first editions. There's an Intaglio deck right there. There's the whiskey bottle, Armand. There's my first edition Black Reserve notes. Boom. This is one of the original posted page cards that I got. It's one of the original what inspired the some more stuff. Got some more stuff down here. Some Tally-Ho legacies. And then just a bunch of random decks down here. Old Rangers, Desert Rangers. I got my old Whispering Imps from Chelco down there. Oh yeah, look at this. Might as well show you this. I'll show you this. I'll put this, I'll disconnect and show you these. These are pretty sweet. Now you can. All right. So this is the regular sized edition. So I'll pop it open here. Zoom out just a little bit. I'm trying to do this. I'm sorry. So there's the box. The tuck case right there. Give you a little detail. So there's a little taste of those. Let me show you the other one. It's inside the tuck case. Oh, I just dropped them all. What is that music? What is happening? Little 52 card pickup. All right. I'm trying to fix some stuff here. Sorry. I can't remember if the inside decks are sellout or not. I can't remember how we did it. It might be, they might both be sellout. I can't remember. All right. So that was the standard deck. Here is the Little John. The Little John. Look at that guy. Yep, the first ever. Here's kind of what the find some court cards. Got the gold foil on them. Got the gold foil on the back. Now fan it. Okay. Let me show you the Robin. The Robin, there's the Robin card. Almost dropped these. See if I can fan it. Wait. It's so tiny. Let's see if they Pharaoh. Maybe. All right, let me see. Let's see if I can get them to Pharaoh. They're so small. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Look at that. See if I can do this without dropping them. All right, now for the coup de grace. Let me tell you, people, this longbow edition, it is sick. Absolutely sick. So here's the regular one here. Look at that bad boy. And it's big too. Like it's a big old brick. I love it. It's not even in focus. Now, these cards are awesome. I don't know why it's blurring it. Come on, focus. Look at this one. If you didn't get this longbow edition, suck for you. Just telling you, suck for you. There will be a few extras, not many. Oops. Upside down. I don't know why it's blurring the picture, but it's so hard to do. But you get the idea. It's a triptych. First triptych. All right. Turn this light off because it's blinding me. Zoom out. Okay. All right. I saw Nate. Nate, are you back? Are you back? What time is it? It's 5:45. Oh, laying in a parking lot. Never mind. All right, let me save this. Make sure I have everything saved. All right, let me open up the. I'm gonna work on the special edition court cards, and I've got an idea of what I'm gonna do, but let me get some stuff cleaned up here. I'm trying to think about what I want to do. I have an idea. Okay. Well, relax. I'm not drawing all new court cards. I'm just taking some that I already have. But I have an idea of what I'm going to do. At least I think I know what I'm going to do. Let's do one card. Let me save this. These are my tally-ho court cards. I really like these These are probably my favorite court cards that I've done. I haven't used them on any of the Wartime series decks, so it might. Let's do let's go Blackbird, Bird, Test cards. And let me just say this. I just looked at that back design. It's dope. I don't care what you guys think. It's awesome. If you want plain Jane, easy, predictable backdrops, I guess go get some cardistry cards. All right, continue, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So let's take these. I'm just going to do a test card. I don't want to do on this. Let me see if I've got another version. Let me open up the Slate Tally-Ho. I think they're a little bit more up to date. Yeah, go get some Theory 11 decks at Walmart. Let me find. Where you at? Tally-Ho. Slate Tally-Ho. Deliverables. Yep. See, this is already kind of in the color scheme that I want for this. All right. So what I'm thinking about doing is obviously making the background black. right, so the first thing I need to do is create a. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Just make it gray because I want to be able to use that topo map. And I can do this black. Yeah, I like that. I like that quite a bit. I don't know if there's anything else I need to do. So this silver right here, like the pips, I'm thinking will be foil, which is gonna look dope. Maybe I can put the topographic map inside this little circle too. Let me mask that off. Let's make this a little bit lighter because that's gonna print real dark. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I even like that, where it's like over his body. Not over his face. Can I make it dark? I like that. I like it. I like it. It's just a topographic map I bought off of iStock. Nothing special. Nothing special. All right. I feel good about that. I feel pretty good about that. This will be a longer process of me having to just tediously going through and changing these colors, but I feel good about that. I'm just going to go ahead and save that. All right, let's open up the Apache. The Apache. Oops. Did I close Photoshop? Nope. Okay. I want to Wartime. Have I saved an Apache one? I can't remember. Excuse me. Yeah, Wartime Apache. All right. This is the image that I found that I really like. Really cool angle. I'm going to add some rockets. But I like it. Lots of Ghibli bits of mechanical goodness. Getting tired already. It's only 6. Oh, that's not what I want. Dang it. Oh my gosh. Let me add some bombs though first. I was going to do that anyways. It's loaded up. Loaded up. Armed to the teeth. If you guys have any questions, just type them in the chat and I'll answer them. I'll try to answer them. I wonder what these little things are sticking out of the side right here. Look like little wind vanes or something. I don't know. Uh, I maybe I don't know. It would definitely if we did a pre-order of the decks all together, you would have to realize that some of the later decks later in the year may not, we may not have those to ship out all at once. So you may have to wait till towards the end of the year to get the decks themselves. I guess if you're willing to do that, then I might try to think of it. I don't know if that'll. I can't promise anything like that, but I'm not saying. Um, I'm not saying that that's not off the table. I don't know how many people have bought. Let's see. I don't think not very many. We don't usually sell more than like 150 of those when I'm selling like a special deck like that. Yeah, not very many. I don't really remember how many I put on there. Sounds good, Nate. I'll be here. It's coming along nicely. Yeah, it would. That's a good idea. I had thought about doing some kind of cool. I've had thought about doing a 4 deck box for each of the series, the Four Seasons and the train series, and all of those. I'm not quite sure yet. Uh, I might do a submarine. I'm not sure. I don't know. I haven't really decided yet. All right. Let me Nate, are you with your dad right now? Like, can I call your dad or text your dad to get an email address for you so I can send you a Zoom meeting invite? Uh, all right, I'm gonna text your dad and I'm gonna get an email address and just ask your dad if he can send me an email address that I can then send a Zoom meeting invite. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and save this while I'm waiting for that. I'm gonna get the. I don't know if I've picked a warthog picture yet or not. We'll go ahead and make a copy of this duplicate. We'll call this warthog. Get rid of the Apache. It's the tank. All right, let's see here. I'll wait till he gives me that. Now, while we're waiting, I'm going to go and find. I'm going to go find a picture. Hello, Jeremiah. All right. Okay. All right. I got an email address. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to think about. I'm going to have to put these headphones on. These are the worst headphones on the planet. All right, let's see here. Okay. So, just a heads up about what we're about to do. I have a good friend. His name is Nate. Nate is 11. And Nate is a planes and trains freak. And he knows tons about planes. And what we're going to do is while I'm working on, we're going to try to do it. I'm going to try to pull it off with my stuff. But while I'm working on the A10 Warthog tuck case, Nate is just going to free flow chat about A10 Warthogs and whatever else he wants to about planes. So that's just what's going to happen. So give me a second and make sure everybody behaves and is respectful to Nate because he's my friend. All right, let me see. All right. Let me get a Zoom meeting going here. I think this is going to work. I hope it does. Put this down here. Okay. I want to make sure. Okay. Select a microphone. Okay, FaceTime. All right, everything's still good. Okay, I'm going to start this meeting. Okay, I'm going to send an invite to Mr. Nate Dogg. All right, let me go email this. Okay. Email. Okay. Compose. And the email address is, okay. 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 Now what I got to do is set this up to, I'm going to make a new window. I'm sorry about this. I'm doing this for the first time. Got to set up a new window here. Now, it's going to go black for just a second, but I'll be right back. Check. Good. Got audio, video capture. There's me. I'm going to put me right here. You don't need to see me. I'm not that important. All right. Now, I need to put this. I need another video capture. I need a capture, screen capture. I'm going to go Zoom meeting. I want to window capture. And I want to do Zoom meeting. That's huge. Okay. Make this a little bit smaller. Okay, that's the Zoom meeting right there. We're going to put Nate over here. Can you still see me? I don't know. Can you guys still see me? I don't know if this is working or not. Put me right here. And then we're going to add. I'm going to need to add. Okay, Nate's here. Let's see if this works. Add Nate. Let's see. You coming through? There's Nate. What's up, Nate Dogg? Let's see. Can I hear you? Say something.
Hello?
I hear you. Say something again.
Hello?
I can hear you. Let me just make sure. Can you say the ABCs for me while I get your audio working?
Okay. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J,
All right.
K. Hello?
Okay. Can everybody hear Nate Dogg? Let me see. We can hear him too. Good. It works. All right. Now I need to add, I'm going to move this over a little bit. Now I need to add my screen here. Video existing. Okay. Black magic. No, I don't want that. Cancel, cancel, delete. We're going to make this happen, Nate. Don't worry.
All right.
Yes. Okay, one more try here. I want a Mac screen capture. Create new. I want to do a display. Cintiq. Boom. Now I need to move this to the back. I need to shrink it because it's huge. What is that? Is that your A10 Warthog model?
Yeah.
Booyah. Look at that. Okay. So, all right. Now, you just start talking. You talk about whatever you want to. If you want to talk about the migration patterns of seagulls, I don't care. But if you want to talk about A10, first of all, look at your joystick for your flying, because you do like Windows Flight Sim, right?
Yeah. Well, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024.
Booyah. You want to be a pilot, correct?
Hmm? Yeah.
All right. So you just start talking about A10s, and I'm just going to start working. All right.
All right.
And if any of you guys have questions for Nate about planes, trains, or anything else aviation, ask them in the chat, and he'll try to answer them. All right, take it away, Nate.
All right. Okay. So,
And don't be nervous. All these
okay.
people are really nice. And if they're not nice, I'll kick them off.
Okay. So the A10 was, they started making, well, they were made in 1972 all the way through 1984, and there were a little over 600 made. Um, and they have this really cool, I don't know if I can't see it, but that black thing on the nose is the Gatling gun. And I forgot how many rounds it can shoot per minute. It can shoot a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. And it makes this very, very, very distinct sound. It sounds very weird. If you hear that, then it's not very good.
It's like a Bert, right? Bert.
That's basically it.
Why don't you do it for us?
Okay. It's like it's basically like what you did. Pretty close to.
No, you can't get off that easy. You got to try it. You got to do it.
Okay. It's like or something like that.
That's pretty good. I like it.
Yeah. So they made them all the way through 1984, and they made, if you want exact, they made 600. Well, I think actually, I don't actually.
That doesn't seem like very many.
Yeah, for them to be such a common plane, like in Operation Desert Storm and stuff, like you would think they made way more than that.
Like, how many is that compared to, like, let's say, what was the big plane in Desert Storm? F-15?
The other big one was the F-15, the F-15 Eagle. Yeah, that one was also built in the 1970s, I think. Yeah, it was built in the 1970s. And the F-15 was one of the other big planes or big fighter jets in that thing.
Now, is the A-10 considered a fighter jet? Or is it more of like a support vehicle? I mean, support aircraft.
Well, it's not really like a fighter jet because its top speed is it's actually its top speed is slower than an airliner, so that's a little bit interesting.
Yeah.
It's not really a fighter jet. It looks like a fighter jet, but since its top speed is so slow, I wouldn't consider it a fighter jet. Not that many people would.
But it's supposed to. It's like designed to like. It's designed to like be in the air for a while, isn't it? Because it's got to stay around the troops.
Yeah, it's designed to be in the air for a while, and if they didn't have the A-10 and Operation Desert Storm, then it wouldn't have been very good because the A-10 was a big part of that Operation Desert Storm. other than the F-15, but it didn't. If like I said, if the A-10 wasn't there, then it wouldn't have ended well.
And so its main job is to like support, troops on the ground, and so like they call in like an airstrike or something like that, right? Or like support or
Yeah, basically. So like they need support on the ground, then they would call the A-10 and like shoot the vehicles on the ground with the tanks with the giant Gatling gun.
now it's like
Um,
what size the bullet is that it shoots,
I don't actually know the exact size, but I know it's really big.
and it's like depleted uranium or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Now is the I heard something that they were like, are the bodies made of like titanium, or is that just me thinking?
Well, I'm pretty sure they are because the A-10 was my favorite fighter jet and my second favorite plane ever built.
Well, what's your first favorite plane?
747.
The what?
The 747.
Oh, the 747.
Yeah, I love that plane. So I'm pretty sure they're made out of that, but yeah.
Now, so if they were made all the way till 1984, so even even the newest planes that are in the air right now are 40 years old.
Basically, well, yeah, they're 40 years old. So there, I have a story of the A-10. So we were at the beach in Florida, and it's right next to Eglin Air Force Base. That's Fort Walton Beach Airport. So they have so many fighter jets flying over, and there was two A-10s flying so close to the ground. They were flying like 1,000 feet.
Mm,
That was really cool. You saw them too, didn't you?
I think so. I
Yeah,
think we saw them too.
yeah. Those are pretty cool.
Now, what was I going to ask? Now I know I heard that are they retiring them?
They are retiring them. I wish they weren't because it's literally my second favorite plane ever built and my first favorite fighter jet.
Now
Like
what
True City.
are they going to produce like a new one, or are they just getting rid of that, or they don't need it as much as they used to?
Well, now they have advanced fighter jets like the F-22 and the F-35, and that doesn't have a giant Gatling gun on them, but they still have guns. And
And they can
they were,
hover, right?
yeah. Well, the F-35 can. The F-35. What is it? The F-35B. I
Uh-huh.
think so. Um, and those can hover, and then the F-22 can do crazy stuff. It's just those are stealth planes. The A-10 isn't meant. It's not really that stealth. Well, it's not stealth at all. It's like it's just like any normal other. Well, it's not like any other fighter jet because it has two engines
Gotcha.
uh, on the side there.
Now it's I was reading also that the fact that it does have two engines is one thing that's kind of like abnormal, right? Or
Yeah, it's not no. It's normal for fighter jets to have engines like underneath the plane, like in between the
hmm
fuselage and the wings.
yeah,
But like for them to be like how a 717 is with like or like an MD-88 with their engines like on the side of the plane,
right.
then that's different.
Now, do you know who designed the A10?
It was Fairchild Republic.
And that's Fairchild Republic is it used to be Chrysler, right? Like the car company.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
I think that's funny that the A10 Warthog they're just flying a Chrysler around.
Yeah, basically.
Now, is the A10 do do multiple branches use the A10, or is it just like the Air Force, or is it just the Army or the Marines or what? Or Navy?
Okay, well, the Air Force 100% operates it, and then I know the Marines doesn't. I don't think. And then the other ones, I also don't think, unless, yeah, I think it's just the Air Force. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. And so they're called the Thunderbolt, A-10 Thunderbolt. Why do you know anything? Do you know any reason why they were given the name Warthog?
Well, because for some reason somebody called it the Hog, and then they didn't want to like call it the Hog for some reason, so they added Warthog, or they added Wart, so they called it the Warthog after.
Mm-hmm.
It's like actual name is the A-10 Thunderbolt, but somebody gave it the name Warthog
Gotcha.
or the nickname Warthog, and that's basically what everybody calls it now.
Yeah. And then I've heard multiple people say that like infantry troops love the Warthog because they protect them.
Yeah. So I don't know if this is true or not because I saw it on YouTube. So apparently, in the Operation Desert Storm, there was these troops that needed help because there's tanks all around them, and this A-10 flew in and shoot the tank and shot the tanks with the giant Gatling gun. I don't know if that's true or not,
Oh
but I
yeah,
heard that.
totally. It's totally true.
Yeah,
Totally true.
yeah, I can definitely believe it.
Oh yeah. Now, and it's a. I'm guessing the only version of the Warthog is it's just a one pilot plane, right?
Well, then they had this other variant of the A-10. It was a two-seater one. They had, I don't remember exactly what it's called. It had, I think it might have been the O A-10 or something.
Mm-hmm.
It was either O or one other. It was either O or a different letter. I don't remember. But the most common one was the one-seater one, but there also was a two-seater one at some point.
Now, what would the need be for having two seats? First of all, who like what would the other person be doing in the back seat?
Well, they would in the back seat. They would probably be looking
Like
out and
navigation,
seeing,
radars, and communications or something?
basically looking out the window, seeing if there's like any tanks that they missed or something, which they're probably not. Well, they are going like 300 or 400 miles an hour, so they might not be able to shoot every single tank. So they might have to like sweep back and then shoot that tank too. But the model that I have is the one seat one. I don't know
Yeah, yeah.
probably very well. So the one seat one was the most common one, but they also had a two seat one.
Now, do they? Ha- Now, it doesn't look like that Gatling gun is not necessarily on like a gimbal or something that moves around. So how do they target? How do they target it and like shoot with it?
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a control inside the cockpit that, well, you kind of need to like, let's say there's a tank here,
Mm-hmm.
right here, and then the A-10's like right
Yeah.
here. So then you might like you're up here, and then you might have to like swoop down and shoot them, and like if you miss them, then
So it's like they have to kind of line up and strafe it.
basically. So inside the A-10, there is this little like what they have on the Boeing 787,
Mm-hmm.
the little um, head-up display. It
Right.
comes well on the A-10, it's fixed, but on the 787, it comes down. So it's right there, and then it basically shows them like their altitude and where they're aiming and stuff.
Gotcha.
So that's kind of how they aim. But and if they miss,
And most modern jets have that kind of HUD system, right?
yeah, most modern jets do.
Do you know what do you know when that came around? Like what the first jet was that had like something like that?
The first jet. I
It's
don't
a
actually.
Go ahead.
Well, I don't actually know the first fighter jet, and I also don't really know the first airliner, so I don't really know.
All right. This so uh this picture that I'm doing here, I see like the landing gear down. Does the landing gear go up on an A-10?
Yes, it does because if it's going 400 miles an hour, then it like get
Gotcha.
ripped off. So
Gotcha.
it's not like the System 172 where the gear is where it stays down.
Right. Well, what else? Tell us more about it.
So another cool fact is the A-10. I don't know if can see this very well, but the
Here,
A10 it has.
I'll make your little thing bigger here.
Okay,
There we go.
I don't know. Okay, let's see. So another cool thing about the A10, it doesn't like actually have like a tail.
Mm-hmm.
It has these little things right here, and these are like mini tails basically. And since the A10 could have a tail strike pretty easily, they added this curve right here.
Okay.
So whenever it like was having a tail strike or something, it wouldn't put as much damage on
Oh,
it.
okay.
It would just like rub on that one part, and it wouldn't damage it as much.
Yeah, I've seen some pictures of some A10 warthogs that have tons of like bullet holes in them, and they still
Oh
fly and
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. The A10 Warthog. Funny story. Well, this isn't really funny. It can fly with one engine,
Okay.
so that's also a pretty cool fact about it. So one of your, let's say some other enemy's planes, their bullets went through one of your engines, and that engine completely shut down. Well, then you
Okay.
have another engine, and that would be perfectly fine. But like on other fighter jets, then well, unless you're like that, talking about the F-22, F-35, F-15, then it would get a little bit more challenging to survive with one engine.
Because they only have one engine, right?
Yeah, except for the A10, it can survive without one engine. But if it had no engines, then it would just fall out of the sky eventually.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's one of the few fighter jets that can still fight without another engine.
And I also read something that uh, the wing design, how the wings are like straight, they're not like swept back. That was part of the design to where they could take off in a relatively short distance, so that they could take off on like really remote airstrips wherever the infantry's at, so that they could take off in these remote airstrips if needed to support the ground troops.
Yeah. Um, and another cool thing about the A10 that I really, really, really love is all the missiles on the bottom.
All the guns,
Yeah,
all the firepower.
all of those. We didn't, the black ones right here, we didn't have the right color, and I was like, well, why don't we just paint them in black? So we just painted them in black.
Nice.
They were supposed to be army green, but we just painted them in black because that was the closest color that we had to
Yeah.
army green.
Like this one I'm drawing here, it's already shot all the stuff on this other one, so I'm gonna have to add more missiles on the other side.
Yeah, I'm not actually like watching the live stream, so I can't really.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Don't
Yeah, I, I bet it looks good.
worry. Now, what kind of speaking of firepower, what kind of armaments do they have that they usually use besides
Well,
the Burt gun?
they have. Well, if they didn't have any more bullets, then their last resort would be all the stuff on the bottom. And well, then if they ran out of that, then they got to head back to base. But once they ran out of bullets, they'd probably just head back to base anyway.
I know that they have. I know it's like 3,000 rounds per minute. How many bullets does it hold? Like how long will that last?
Well, well, this isn't realistic, but let's just say there was plane after plane after plane after plane. You could probably, with the A10, you might be able to get down several planes.
Okay.
It has a lot of bullets.
A lot of bullets, and they're big bullets.
And they're really big bullets. I don't know the exact size, but I can tell you they're
I think
bigger
it's
than the.
something like 30 millimeters. I mean, that's huge.
Yeah,
That's as
they're
big. I mean, 30 millimeters is like uh, uh, almost like the handle of a baseball bat.
yeah, that's huge. I don't have anything that looks like a baseball bat in here or anything that size that I can just grab. So another really cool thing about the A10 is instead of having either no winglets, like some versions of the 757,
Uh-huh.
instead of having no winglets at all.
What are winglets?
Winglets are or sharklets. They're the things you have a flat wing, and then there's this giant thing that curves up
Okay.
on the edge of the wing. So those are winglets. But this one, it doesn't look like it has any, especially not going up until you see that
Oh,
these aren't
they
winglets
curve down a little bit.
curved down. Yeah, that's another cool thing about the A10.
Is there like a reason why they curve down?
Well, since the A10 flies so slow, and they don't really necessarily need it to fly like the speed of an F-22 or an F-35 or anything, because well, with the engines that they're using, it can't really fly that fast.
Right.
And it was meant to take off from a base, shoot a few tanks, maybe shoot down a plane, and then head back to base. It wasn't meant for like the F-35 or the F-22 that does long stealth missions,
Right. It's got to
really high
fly
up.
for hours.
Yeah, like the A10, it would fly at like under 1,000 feet, like almost its whole flight.
Yeah, because they're like, I mean, part of their thing is to fly under the radar.
Basically. And uh, a funny story. It's also not very funny. I don't know why I say funny story, but that's not very funny. So you know how the F-35 or anything isn't supposed to pop up on any radar?
Uh-huh.
I was checking Flight Radar 24, and an F-35 popped up for some
Okay.
reason. I have no clue why it did that. Well, it definitely wasn't on the stealth mission, or they'd keep that very secret. Over at Glen Air Force Base, they just do training. They don't like do stealth missions. So I can't say I'm surprised that it popped up, but it's also kind of rare that an F-35 pops up on Flight Radar.
Now, what is that? What is that? What's that app that you always use to like spot the planes?
Flight Radar 24, it's free until you get a membership. You get no membership for free, and then you get the silver one. It's either for $9 a year,
Mm-hmm.
$12 a year. It's pretty good, and then I think the gold one's like $39 a year. I have the silver one because I don't really see why I should buy the gold one because all you get is weather,
Gotcha.
and and you can go back 365 days to when an airplane is flying. I got gold for a week so I could try and find the last 747 flight ever. And that used to actually be my old YouTube channel profile picture,
That's
the
right.
747. Yeah.
Now, when was the last 747 flight?
I'm pretty sure it was in December 2023.
Because I know that I flew on a 747 going to, I want to say like Indonesia or China, one of the two. I can't remember.
I accidentally muted the mic. You still hear me?
Yeah, I got you. I hear you.
I muted it for like half a second. I was trying to, there's something on the camera. So I've never flown on a 747, but this might sound weird, but I've been in a 747. So the reason how I've been in a 747 but never flown on a 747 is we went to the Delta Museum in Atlanta in 2023, I think, or 2022. And I sat in Delta One up on the upper deck of that 747, went in the cockpit,
Nice.
and it was pretty cool. I really want to fly on a 747. I don't even care what airline.
Hmm.
If it's Lufthansa, Korean Air, I don't even care. I just want to fly on a 747 so bad.
Now, is,
Because
is is upstairs where they have like the first class and stuff?
upstairs is, yeah, where they have like the high priority passengers, and then right below the hump of the 747 is also high priority passengers.
Gotcha. And so everybody else is just low priority.
Until you have like, if you're talking about Delta, then you have Comfort Plus and then Economy. You got Delta, you got Delta One, and then more Delta One, and then Comfort Plus in the first class.
Yeah. Well, so what's replacing the 747s? Is it called the Dreamliner or something?
Either the Dreamliner or the Airbus A350. Those are, and the 777. Those are replacing the 747.
Are they as big as the 747?
Nothing other than the biggest passenger plane was the A380, and well, it was a 747 until the A380 came around in the early 2000s, or well, actually in the mid 2000s. And the Dreamliner, it's not as big as the 747, but it's still pretty big. The A350 is actually pretty big, but still not as big as the 747. And the 777 is Also really big, but still not as big as the 747.
Yeah.
The only passenger plane that's ever beat the 747 is the A380.
What's
And they
that?
also
What's that really huge Russian cargo plane? It's like the biggest plane.
Russian car. Well, it's kind of Russian and Ukraine. Is it the AN 225?
Something like that. It's huge. I
Yeah.
think I actually think it got destroyed
Oh yeah.
recently in Ukraine.
I could show. I could. I'll show a photo on here.
Yeah, I want to
To
say it
make,
got destroyed or something in the hangar.
it did. I actually on Google. There's a photo. Yeah, right here. Right here.
Yeah.
I probably can't
Oh
see it
yeah,
very well.
that's it all destroyed.
Yeah. Um. Hi.
Hello. That's your is that your sister? Yes. I know it's your sister.
Etsy. Yep. I'm gonna go play 99 Nights in the Forest. Okay. Okay. She's gonna go play 99 Nights in the Forest, according to her.
All right, so let me see what else we got here. What else? What else can you tell me?
Well, I've told a lot about the A10, almost as much as I know. I have like one more thing to tell, but it's not very important about the A10. So I could talk about almost any plane. I don't know every single plane in existence because there's so many different ones, but I can tell about Boeing planes, Airbus planes, Embraer planes, Bombardier planes,
So
any planes.
do you know about older planes like old World War II planes and stuff?
Not as well as modern planes. I don't really know much about World War II planes. I don't study those like the 747 or 757, 737.
Right.
Those are some of my favorite modern planes. Well, the 747, it was actually built in 1969, which that's not very modern, but it was a modern plane for its time.
Right.
It's still modern, even though a lot of them are gone.
That's the thing that that's the thing that surprises me about planes is how and this is even like true with like small planes, like private planes, just how long people use them and how old they are.
Oh yeah, I have a cool story about me flying on a private jet. If you want me to tell that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I just woke up one morning because back then I wanted people to wake me up during the morning because I like to get an early start on stuff. So I wanted my dad to wake me up. So I thought he was just gonna wake me up, and then he's like, "Nate, we need to go right now." And then I'm like, "Okay." I was so tired at the time, I didn't even think anything of it. Didn't even bring my phone. If I brought my phone, then I would upload all the videos to YouTube. But since I didn't bring my phone, I wasn't even thinking about anything. And then we start getting closer and closer to the airport, and then I see planes taking off from the Chattanooga airport, and I'm like, "What is happening?" And then I'm like, "Is there a special plane taking off or something?" And then he drops me off at the Wilson Air Center, and then I'm like, "What is happening?" He's like, "Oh, you're gonna go to Oshkosh today. You're gonna go to
Oh,
the air show."
is that when your uncle took you to flew to Oshkosh?
Yep,
That's
that's when he flew me to
sick.
Oshkosh. Yeah, so then he's like, "All right, bye." And I'm like, "Will I even see you later today?" And he's like, "Yeah, probably around 10 or 11."
So for the people that don't know, explain to us what Oshkosh is.
It is the busiest airport for 1 week. Well, the busiest ATC tower for 1 week. It is one of the biggest, well, actually, the biggest U.S. air show.
I mean, we're talking hundreds and hundreds of planes
Hundreds,
coming in at
hundreds.
once.
Yep. Whenever we landed, we couldn't even land at Oshkosh. There were so many planes. We had to land at Fond du Lac. That's 20 miles, 10 or 20 miles south of Oshkosh. Then we had to take a bus up to the airport.
Wow.
Yeah, because well, we could have gotten into Oshkosh, but we didn't want to park on the grass in our private jet.
Right.
Not our private jet, but we didn't want to get stuck in the grass because it rained 2 or 3 days before that, and private jets are heavy. We didn't want to get stuck in the grass because it's an hour and 41 minute flight.
Yeah.
We didn't want to get stuck up in Wisconsin.
Was it pretty sweet?
Oh yeah, and whenever we were coming into Fond du Lac, we banked so hard, like that hard, because it was so hard to get into because there were so many planes going into Oshkosh.
Yeah.
Like, like I literally looked down and then looked up, and there was two planes like right there.
That's
It was
awesome.
so cool. Yeah.
Now, what kind of plane did your uncle fly in on then to Oshkosh?
Cessna Citation CJ2. We
Cool.
flew at 41,000 feet.
41,000 feet. That's pretty tall for. I mean, that's pretty high for a Cessna, right? Is that a bigger
Well,
Cessna?
it's bigger than the Cessna 172, way bigger than that. I can actually show you a photo of a Cessna Citation.
Now, does is how many people does that one hold that you flew on?
It can hold anywhere from 5 to about 8
So
people.
that's pretty big. That's a pretty big Cessna. I mean,
Yeah,
anything over 4 is a pretty big. I mean, in my book, I feel like that's a big little plane.
yeah, it is pretty big for its. Ah, here we go. This is I don't know if you
Yeah.
all can see.
Oh, so it's a jet. Oh, it's a jet. Okay.
Yeah. It was a pretty nice private jet, other than there was a giant, I mean giant stain on the carpet
Oh no. Did
next to the
was
bathroom. It
it
was
just you and your
brown.
uncle and that's it? That was the only people there?
And then all three of my cousins, my aunt, and then the owner of the plane, and then the co-pilot. I don't remember. Well, the owner of the plane, his name was Ross. I don't remember the co-pilot's name.
And your uncle was the pilot?
Yeah, he was the pilot going up, and then the co-pilot going back.
That's cool.
Yeah, he did a really good landing in Fond du Lac. It was really good.
That's awesome.
Yeah, sadly I don't have concession. I didn't bring my phone. I don't have any
Yeah.
photos.
Well, I had a question about the warthog. Oh yeah. Are there any is the US the only people is the US the only country that uses the warthog, or does somebody like Great Britain have some or whatever?
That is a good question. So I know the U.S. has the majority of them. I don't actually remember if any other countries have the 18 Warthog. I don't think they do because I've never ever seen any photos of other countries having them. I've always seen the U.S. Air Force logo or it says U.S. Air Force. I wouldn't
Gotcha.
be surprised if like this random country had one or something.
Yeah.
Because the 18's not stealth like the F-22. I mean, the F-35s were also sold to different countries, but not like the super stealth way that the United States has.
Right.
But the F-22s have never been sold to any other countries.
Right.
It's the A-10's not like stealth. All it has is the Gatling gun and missiles and the engines, and it goes really slow. And it has a great and it's really good at attacking like stuff that's low
Yeah,
down.
yeah,
Not
yeah.
high.
So
Yeah.
what's a scoop on the stealth fighter? Is it a very good fighter jet?
Which one? The F-35 or the
The
F-20?
black one that has it's like all angular and stuff.
So that's 22.
I guess so.
Okay, I can tell you about the F-22. So the F-22 is a very, very, very weird landing gear. It is very weird. It comes down really, really fast. Like, don't you know how landing gears, landing gear,
Okay.
whatever it's called, can come down really slow sometimes?
Yeah.
That F-22, it comes down pretty quickly. And I think that's pretty cool. And the F-22 it's not very high off the ground. It's actually pretty low.
It's a really small plane, isn't it?
It's pretty small. Almost knocked the whole PC over. Money. It looks it's pretty small for a fighter jet, like compared to the F-15 or something.
Right.
It's about an average fighter jet.
Okay.
Let me see. Yeah, and its average height that it flies at sometimes is 60,000 feet.
Okay.
And that's really high. Like the 18 can never get up that high. I think the 18's cruising altitude might be like it might actually be like 45,000 feet. Not very high. I think it's 45,000 feet or something like that. And the F-22 can go really high in the sky.
Okay.
Just like the Lockheed U-2,
Yeah.
that cruises at 70,000 feet on average.
Wow.
Yeah, it goes pretty high. The Lockheed U-2 Dragon Lady, that's the most famous one.
Hmm.
I don't know who named it that, but somebody did.
It's Miss Dragon Lady.
Yeah.
Now, we did the Blackbird earlier today.
Oh yeah, I watched that for about 15 minutes and then I had to go.
Man, that's a cool plane. That's the plane that I had that I was just like enamored with when I was a kid was that plane.
Like even if they brought back that SR-71, it would still be advanced.
Oh yeah, it would still be awesome, right?
Like I couldn't see why they retired them. They were so cool. Well,
Well, they're probably just so old.
if you're thinking logically, then I can see why. But like for people that like cool planes, then like they were like really sad that
Yeah.
they retired the SR-71.
Yeah.
I've seen SR-71s in museums, the Huntsville Space Museum. I've seen it at this museum at the Eglin Air Force Base. I've seen SR-71s in various places. It's a really cool plane. I also like the tri landing gear on the back.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's not even like the 737 landing gear. It has one, and then like the 757 has, well, not one, but it has two, and then the 757 has four, and then like the 777 has six,
Wow.
three, and then like three on one side, and then the 757 has two on one side, and the 737 has one on that side. But the SR-71, it's only a one side landing gear instead of like two or three.
Uh-huh.
And sometimes there's even planes that have four. Like
Wow.
no, maybe not four.
Now,
I was saying
they were made just for reconnaissance and photography. I mean, like
basically.
taking pictures.
Yeah, there was I like to watch these stories about the SR-71 Blackbird. I don't remember very many of them. And because I would watch these like 2 or 3 years ago, right when I was just getting into planes, I wanted to learn everything.
Mm-hmm.
I still like to learn stuff, but if I were to research that like now, then there's a pretty good chance that I could already know it, but I would still learn something
That's
if
awesome.
I really wanted to research it. I learned something about the A10 today whenever I was researching it because I don't know every little thing
Right.
about the
And what
A10.
did you learn today?
I learned when they were built and when they stopped making them. I never knew that. I knew they stopped making them years ago, and I knew they were fighter jet from the 70s, but I didn't know when they stopped making them or when they started making them.
Yeah.
So I had to see when they
Do you
started.
know? Do you know like the cost per hour the A-10s to fly?
It's especially if they shoot a bunch of bullets is really expensive. I don't think it's as expensive as like the F-35, let's say. Well, it's not as expensive as the F-35, but since like the A-10 doesn't really have a purpose anymore, and there's like the F-15 Strike Eagle has basically replaced it. Since it doesn't do anything, it's not going to fight any more wars because they've already retired some A-10s.
Yeah.
It doesn't really serve a purpose anymore, so it wouldn't really matter if there's a if there was a war right now. The A-10 would probably they probably wouldn't use the A-10 very much. Like they would use the F-22, F-35,
Right.
the F-15, F-16, maybe not the
Yeah.
F-16. It's
I
old.
bet because I bet the newer planes. I mean, they probably have to be in the shop less.
Yeah, and then like if they really needed like if there's like a bunch of troops in need, then they might send in like a few A-10s. But the A-10 is like so old.
Yeah.
The newest one is 41 years old, and that's the newest one. That's
Yeah.
not like the oldest one. The oldest one is over 50 years old.
Yeah. That's super old.
It's really old, and like compared to the new, the F-15 is old, but the F-15 Strike Eagle is actually very new. Like the F-15 Strike Eagle,
Yeah.
that one's really new.
And you also have to realize, like, if the plane's 50 years old, then they've had to basically gut it and put new technology in it multiple times. And if not, then they're using 50-year-old junky technology and 50-year-old buttons and stuff like that.
Yeah, like you should see the Asian cockpit. It looks ridiculous. It's so old and not modern.
Yeah. I know there's some people that are watching that are older than 50. Somebody just said in the chat that 50's super old.
Who said that?
C-Dub. C-Dub is one of
Oh,
my good
oh yeah.
fans. He's basically as old as dirt. I mean, he was here when the Wright brothers were, lifting off.
What?
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
What
The
else? What
kitty.
else you got for me?
I could tell about the 747.
Tell us about the 747. Isn't that what Air Force One is?
The Air Force One is the 747-200. That's one of the oldest ones after the 100, and then yeah, I think that's it. I'll tell you about that in just a second. The cat wants to say hi.
Hello, cat.
Okay. Here it is.
What's your cat's name?
Archie. It wants to go now.
Oh,
Oh,
it wants to. That wasn't very long.
yeah. So the 747, its first flight was in 1969, which a four-engine quad jet for 1969, that's a little bit ridiculous
Yeah.
because the 747 is still modern, basically. Like,
Right.
well, it's not fuel efficient, but it's modern.
Yeah.
If it was fuel efficient, then so many airlines would have it
Okay.
because it can fly super long range flights. I wrote Delta once, and a pilot wrote me back, and he used to fly the 747 and the 777
Okay.
before they got retired in 2017 and 2020.
Okay.
The 777 retired in 2020 with Delta, and I think the 747 retired in 2017.
Is the 777 bigger than the 747?
The 747 isn't that much bigger. If you added a hump on the 777, then it would be just still slightly smaller than the 747.
Gotcha. Now, what's the range? Like you said, they can go on long range. What's the range of a 747?
Well, it could fly. They used to fly from Atlanta to Cape Town.
Oh wow. Because I know when I went on one, it was Los Angeles to like China,
Yeah, that's long.
and we went over the North Pole.
That's really long.
It was awesome.
What airline?
I don't remember.
Well, at least you flew on a 747, and you know that for a fact.
Huh?
At least you flew on a 747.
It was fun. There was a lot of people on the plane.
A lot of people. It can hold a lot of people.
I'm guessing 747s can have a couple of engines go out and still fly.
I'm pretty sure it can have. I think it can survive with two engines. Well, if it lost three engines, then a super heavy plane, not fuel efficient plane,
Yeah.
over the middle of the ocean with one engine is not going to end well.
It is amazing how fast they burn gas.
Yeah, it's crazy. You have to add so much fuel. The 747 is so heavy. There was this story where this 747 was taking off. I'm pretty sure it was Virgin Atlantic. I don't remember what year. It was actually, I think it was within 20 years ago. So it was taking off to head to Las Vegas, long 747 flight it was somewhere in England, I'm pretty sure. So it was taking off, and then one of their landing gear went out. And unless you're not very many pilots would want to fly how long is that flight? 10 hours? A 10-hour flight or so without a set of landing gear. Because what if it gets worse? So they wanted to turn back. They turned back. And then they realized that since they're missing a set of landing gear,
oh gosh,
that their engines are going to hit the ground once they touch down.
Because they're huge engines.
They're huge engines.
And they hang real low.
Yes. And like the 737's engines, even if you had a wing strike, barely your engines are touching the ground. And for a plane being that heavy, all the weight is going to be put on that one landing gear. It's not going to tip to the other side.
Right.
And even if it did, you would have your engine would scrape that ground, that part of the ground too. So the second they touched down, they knew that their plane was going to start tilting and their engines were going to start scraping. And what if their engines had that's going to create sparks, metal going against concrete or asphalt.
And there's quite a bit of gasoline.
and there's gasoline in the wings and in the engines and in the plane. So what if a spark hit the engine
It
or
did?
something? Like let's say it happened.
Okay.
Then that would cause a huge fire and a bunch of people would die.
Yes. So
So
not a good situation.
not a good situation. So the pilots were purposely putting the yoke this way
Yeah.
to keep the plane, try to put it as far this way as possible. And once they came to a stop, they immediately opened the exit doors or they dropped down the emergency slides and everybody got off. Nobody died.
Do you
It
think that
was
they dumped the gas before they landed?
well, they dumped a little bit, but and their plane being they were only like 15 minutes in their flight. And since their plane was so heavy, they couldn't dump all their fuel in that amount of time. And since they were taking off and they weren't even over the ocean yet, they would have to drop the fuel at like 15,000 feet,
Yeah.
like on people's houses. And they also don't want to do that. It's not a very good option. So they barely dumped any fuel. I don't even know if they dumped any fuel. So they landed super heavy because they were going to fly like a 10-hour flight after that.
Yeah.
They were super heavy, putting so much stress on that one landing gear, and their engine started scraping the ground, and somehow nobody died.
Nobody died?
Nobody died.
Wow.
That's crazy.
I bet the
Even if
I bet the
that,
captains.
even if the engine caught on fire, then like it would have been way worse
Yeah.
because the whole plane would have got engulfed in flames.
Did you watch that movie with Captain Sully when he landed in the Hudson?
I've not watched the movie, but I've watched a bunch of stories about it.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. Well,
what's your favorite plane related movie?
plane related movie. I've not really watched that many plane related movies. I like to watch plane related like plane crash documentary stories.
Yeah, plane crash documentaries.
Yeah, like Air Crash Daily or that channel and a bunch of other channels like that. I don't really like to watch plane movies because this might sound a little bit weird, but I'm not that movies aren't my favorite thing.
Right. Now I've been watching this guy. He's I don't know if he's I think he's an X fighter pilot, but he does like he'll do like reviews of like the radio chatter between a plane and the control tower, like when there's been an accident and stuff, and he'll like go over what happened and stuff.
Yeah, I know another guy that talks about that. His name is Captain Steve with two E's.
Okay.
He talks about not all the plane crashes, but he talks about even the most minor plane crashes and what the pilots did wrong, what they did right,
Yeah.
all that type of
I
stuff.
just found a guy a few days ago. What is his name? His name is Mike Paley, but he's like super rich. He's a super rich guy, and he like hand makes like these crazy planes. Like he made a plane called Draco, um, and it could take off like within about like 15 feet and land like within 15 feet. But then he crashed it. Then he made another. He made one of the fastest prop planes, turbo prop planes. It's pretty cool. I'll find
Is
the
it,
name.
is it a single engine?
Yeah,
Oh, I think I know that guy. I might be able to find a photo. I think I know what you're talking about.
yeah.
If it's
He you can just look at like Draco plane, and he's the guy that made it. And I've been watching his videos because like he'll design everything. Like he'll design all of the he'll he'll custom design everything and then build it, and it's amazing. Just the engineering and mechanics of it.
is it that thing?
Yeah, that's the Draco plane.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty cool plane. I have it in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 right now.
Nice. He
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
he built a plane that I think he lives in Utah, and they built a plane that like the sheriff's department used to like it's a bush plane where they use to like do search and rescue, and there's like solar panels all on the top of the wings, and then they have two like electric motorbikes that hook onto the wings so that they can fly uh, and then like get off you can get off and then go on these like motorbikes to search and rescue and stuff. It's pretty awesome.
That's a little bit interesting. I kind of want to watch a video about that.
Oh, it's the planes that he makes are so cool, but it's like so expensive.
Yeah, it sounds expensive. Designing your own planes, that doesn't sound
And he
very
makes
cheap.
them too. That's the crazy thing. So he builds them.
It's crazy that he has that much time. He can spend all that money on building and designing a new plane, and then he has all that time
Yeah.
to actually build the plane.
Yeah.
That's a
Well,
little bit
he's
ridiculous.
like created and sold like 3 or 4 like medical software program companies and all kinds of stuff. And he also has a company that's called Best Tugs for like pulling airplanes.
Oh yeah, the tugs that pull airplanes.
Yeah. And he
I've
has a company that he has that does that. But the his the this thing are so cool.
yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Maybe after this, I might go watch one of this.
Yeah. His all of his stuff is awesome.
Yeah, that sounds pretty interesting.
And
I've I actually,
what's up?
I actually have watched like two of his videos about the Draco plane or whatever it's called, the red turboprop plane. I've watched a few videos about that, but I've not seen the other videos.
Yeah. Now, when you turn 13, are you gonna start taking flying lessons?
Yes,
Yeah. Where do you already have like the school picked out and everything?
not yet. We're probably gonna start doing that.
Because there's one in
Probably,
Cleveland. I mean, there's one here in Cleveland in town at the airport, the Cleveland airport.
yeah, only about 20 or 25 minutes away.
Cause see, man, I'd be picking it out and be ready, bugging my dad about getting ready to pay for it, all kinds of stuff. Is that a Chick-fil-A blanket?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, what is
Oh,
this?
And the pillow, the Chick-fil-A chicken nugget.
It's a big Chick-fil-A nugget.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm almost finished with this. Oh, I'm not almost finished with it. I'm getting there. I'm getting pretty close. So tell us a few more final facts or things about the A10.
Well, another thing about the A10 that I think is really cool is its landing gear.
Okay.
Because, like the F-22, well, like I said, the F-22 has a very distinct landing gear too. The A-10, it doesn't have an on-center landing gear. It's off-center.
Is that because of the gun?
Well, yeah, basically, because they couldn't put it like right under the gun because
The gun's taking up all the space.
the gun's taking up all the space. So they had to put it on the side, and that's not like any other plane.
That's
Like
pretty cool.
no other plane that put the landing gear like on the side of the fuselage, basically.
Yeah.
I just found that really cool and distinct about the A10.
Yeah.
And there is so many missile holders on this plane. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. 5 on each wing.
Jeez, that's a lot. A lot of missiles.
A lot of missiles. So you can have, it's more than 10 missiles because that's an empty one. That's one. Well, I don't know if all these are missiles. It might be like something else. So that's one. There's 4, 5. And then right here, you have 3, 6, 9, 12. That's already, what, 17?
Yeah.
18. Well, one of them fell off. But in real life, I forgot that one of
So
them
what you're
did
saying,
fall.
it's got a lot of firepower.
It's got a lot because you have so many bullets with the Gatling gun, and then you still have like 20 or 25 missiles or torpedoes or whatever they're called.
Now, do you know if they use that Gatling gun or like that weapon system anywhere else, like on a tank or an armored vehicle or?
If they did, since I don't really study like tanks or army vehicles or anything, if I was going to study any of those, it'd definitely be tanks. But I don't really study tanks. It would probably be on a tank if it actually existed.
Right.
But I could totally see there being a giant Gatling gun on a tank.
Oh yeah.
That would be cool. It would be like a ground A10.
Yeah, it would be a ground
But they
A10.
it's really slow. I also like the A10.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool.
Have you seen the big machines that they use just to load the bullets?
Oh yes, there's like 5 or 6 people helping to
Yeah.
load. Yeah, helping to load.
Now, let's be honest. It would be super cool to do that. Just like
Oh
load the
yeah,
bullets.
yeah. Like you bring out the bullets, and then you see A10s every single day.
What do you do for a living? Yeah, I load the bullets on an A10 Warthog.
That would be so fun.
That would be cool.
Until they retire them, and then I don't really know what you do. Load the
Yeah.
bullets on other planes. Yeah. If you were working as an A10 pilot and you love the A10, I'd be sad that they're retiring.
Yeah, I would be too.
Yeah, even though I don't even fly, which I want to, but by the time that I could fly, even if I wanted to fly for the Air Force, the A10 would be long gone. It'd be gone by like 10 or 15 years already.
Yeah.
Because you got to do, even though after you're like done with all that training, you got to still fly all those teeny tiny Air Force planes before you like get to fly the actual fighter jets.
Yeah.
So it would be 10 or 15 years, maybe even 20 years after the A10 was retired. It'd be long gone.
Oh yeah.
So I would
So
have
no
no,
chance. No
no,
chance.
like, I don't have a single photo of the A10. There wasn't any at the Oshkosh Air Show the day we went. And whenever they were flying by, they didn't fly overhead like they always do. They flew right next to each other,
Like super low.
super low, going that way instead of flying directly over our heads.
Crazy.
We weren't even expecting it. We were expecting them to come this way, not that way.
Yeah.
So hopefully I'll see an A10 and take a picture because they're getting retired very soon.
Do you know where they like their home base, like their main home base is?
There's a lot at what's that Air Force base called? An Air Force base in Arizona. There's a lot there. I forgot what it's called.
Gotcha.
And then there's also I've seen 2 or 3 at Eglin Air Force Base.
That's the
And
one
then
down in Florida.
yeah, that's the one down in Florida near Fort Walton Beach. Well, actually, it's in Fort Walton Beach.
Yeah.
And I've also seen that there's a few in Kansas. No, it's not in Kansas. There's probably some in Kansas, but there's also some in Oklahoma.
Okay.
They're like mixed around all the United States. But the biggest Air Force base for the A-10s is in Arizona. I don't remember what it's called. I can actually look it up real quick. Yeah, here we go.
What is it called?
The oh, there's also another big one. There's a big Air Force base in Georgia. I already forgot what it's called.
Gotcha. That's where the Georgia is where the
Oh,
what is
that's
it?
actually
B1s are at the Lancers.
they can be sometimes. I've actually there's more B-52s in Florida. Remember when we saw that giant B-52 flying over? That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And apparently they're also based at Eglin Air Force Base
Okay.
too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's backwards, but
Yeah.
apparently
Those
they're based.
Lancer, those B1 Lancers are pretty sweet too.
Yeah, I like. There's a lot in what Air Force Base is it? I have a feeling that there's a lot in Oklahoma. I don't actually know if that's right, but I'm pretty sure there's some in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And then the B-2s are based in Missouri. I'm pretty sure.
And those are is that the Spirit? The
That's
Spirit.
the B-2 Spirit, the W wing one.
Yeah.
That one's also really cool.
And they just used those in what, Iran, when they went over Iran just recently?
Oh yeah, they actually did, and they had a bunch of KC-135s and KC-767s.
Yeah, that's awesome.
What happened?
Now I do like me some AC-130 gun Spectres.
Oh, oh yeah, I love those.
Those are so cool.
I've only seen a few, and they were all of them were actually at Fort Walton Beach.
Yeah. I actually a guy that used to collect my playing cards. Uh, he was a pilot for a gunship.
Yeah, I only have, I think it's only two or three of your playing cards. Not very many. I have more shirts
You
than
do have
playing cards.
that. You do have that super cool. Show them your. Do you have your Peter Dash Flash cut deck?
It's upstairs. I can go grab it real quick.
Sure, go grab it. They'll want to see it. They'll
I'll be
like
right back.
that.
All right. Wait, is that the P51 one?
Yeah, the one that's got the cut that was cut out.
Yeah, I'll go get that real quick. I'm gonna mute
All
this
right,
one
you
though.
can just hang tight.
All right.
I love his kid. He loves planes. Liking this drawing. It's pretty sweet. Oh, did he disconnect? What happened? Oh, there he is.
Oh, okay. It was frozen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go. Let me make your. Let me make sure. I'm gonna have to reset the camera over here. 1 second. Give me 1 second.
All right.
Something happened. Okay. All right. You're okay. Let me make your. Let me make it bigger. There you go. Show us that. Show us that cut deck.
Yeah, I really like that.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah. There you go. That's it's cool. Yep. Sweet.
Yeah.
Well, Nate Dog, I appreciate you hanging out and giving us laying down the facts about the warthog.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna let you go because I'm almost done with this, and I'm probably gonna take a quick break after I'm done with this, if not be done for a little while. But I appreciate it, man. Always a pleasure to chat. I hope you have a great night.
Yeah. Well,
See you, man.
thank you.
Later.
Bye.
Yep. Awesome. All right, let me I'm just about finished with this. I just got to finish this shadow, this shading on this side. What's my favorite airplane movie? Let's see. I don't know. I mean, of course, I loved Top Gun when I was a kid. Remember Iron Eagle? Oh man, what is? I mean, there's also what's the other one? With Harrison Ford, where he's the president. He's on. Is it called Air? It's not Air Force One, is it? No. Oh yeah, Nate does a Nate. He's always researching that kind of stuff. Yeah, Iron Eagle, so fun. Probably Hot Shots Part Deux is my favorite. My favorite plane movie. Oh man. No problem. Had a it was my pleasure to have Nate on. Help help the time pass. Much better. You know, I don't think I've had. I don't think I've never seen Snakes on a Plane. I don't think. Not the one with Samuel L. Jackson. Striker, striker, striker. Doctor, doctor, doctor. Oh yeah, Spies Like Us. Yeah, that's right. I'm getting them. I'm getting those stupid '70s and '80s movies mixed up. Man, it was 5 years ago when I did these Wartime series decks. All these files are from 2020. Where is the... I don't know where the playing cards are. I do have the Joker. Tuck, back. I'm gonna have to find the cards. I don't see the cards. Let me open the back design here. That's pretty low res. Oh, this is it. These are all the cards here. Yeah, this is a fun court card set with all the planes and stuff. The plane paint. Yeah, I like this one. I may just keep the Joker the same. I love that Joker. So this is the back design. I'll need to find the high res version of this because we're gonna put the Warthog in there. Let me see if I can find it. Final. This looks like it. Let me see here. No, that's not it either. I mean, I could use this if I needed to, but I don't want to use this. I want to use the higher res one. Let me see what these are. I mean, it's been 5 years since I've opened these up. There we go. There's a high res one. That's the one we want. Booyah. I don't like those sun rays. I'm gonna have to redo those. Don't much like those. I think I have to do a different background. It fits in there nice, I tell you what, though. Man, it's 8 o'clock. All right. So, I'm not young as I once was. I think that I'm going to be done for tonight. Uh, I'm gonna be taking the night, being done for the night. Let me just see here. Where is my thing? I feel good about what I've got accomplished today. I've got the Blackbird tuck and back. I've got the M1 Abrams tank. I got that one finished. Got the tuck case, the back design, the jokers, the ace of spades, and the cards. And also that the joker, the extra card with the three guys, kind of paying homage back to that Beston image. So I feel good about that. And that's really that was really my main focus, was at least getting the first of the Wartime series decks done for next year. I kind of have my direction on where I'm going to go with the court cards for the special edition, the Blackbird edition. So, my plan is to, I'm not going to get up super early in the morning and start, but my plan is to sometime in the morning, I'm not quite sure when. My plan is to work tomorrow sometime. And if for some reason I don't, I'm okay with that because I feel good about what I've got accomplished. But anyways, thanks for joining me tonight. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody's behavior and support when Nate was on. It means a lot to me that you guys were cool about that and were able to support him. So I appreciate that. Anyways, hope you guys have a wonderful night. I don't know if C-Dub's final giveaway is finished or not, but he's probably doing that. We'll probably have that in the Discord as well. So I will let everybody know when I'm coming on live. If I come on live tomorrow via my Discord, so be on the lookout tomorrow for when I'm going to go live. And if I do go live, it'll probably be a thing where I finish this, where I finish this A10 Warthog, because I would need to finish the back design, do the Ace of Spades, and any other related cards that I need to do. So that's what I'll try to do tomorrow. So anyways, have a wonderful night, everybody. Have a great night. I'll see you guys later. Peace.